The House will come to order. Report from the standing committees and division.
Pepin from the Committee on Governmental Operations and Elections reported on the following appointment, which has been referred to the committee by the Speaker, Campaign Finance Public Disclosure Board, George Beck. Pepin moves that the report of the Governmental Operations and Elections Committee relating to the appointment of George Beck to the Campaign Finance Board be now adopted.
I call the member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This requires two votes. The first is just the adoption of the report from the Government Operations and Elections Committee, and then the second vote will be confirmation of the members. So I appreciate your vote on the adoption of the report first.
There's only one. Yep.
Discussion. The member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Pepin yield for a question, please?
She will yield. Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, does the report, adopting the report, adopt both candidates that are being moved forward at this time, or does it only adopt the one and we'll see another report coming up afterwards?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This report just is for the adoption of the appointment of George Beck.
Discussion. Further discussion. All those in favor of the Pepin motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails.
Confirmation. Pepin moves that the House, having advised, do now consent to and confirm the appointment of George Beck, effective February 21st, 2012, for a term that expires on January 4th, 2016.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin, to your motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, the House as well as the Senate has to confirm the appointments to the members of the Campaign Finance Board. There's members from both parties. Mr. Beck is the Democrat member, and I'll give you a little bit of background about Mr. Beck. George Beck was appointed to the board in February of this year by Governor Dayton, and his term will run until January of 2016.
Yeah.
He fills a board position requiring a member who has not been a public official, held any political party office other than precinct delegate, or been elected to public office for which party designation is required by statute in the 3 years preceding the member's appointment. Judge Beck is a retired administrative law judge who served in that position for nearly 30 years. And with that, I would ask for your support.
Discussion. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Pepin motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails.
Pepin moves that the report of the Committee on Governmental Operation Election relating to appointment of Neil Peterson to the Campaign Finance Public Disclosure Board be now adopted.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And again, first we have to simply adopt the report of the committee. So I ask you for support on that, and then we'll talk about the confirmation.
Discussion. Member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative yield for a question, please?
She will yield. Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, do the members of the Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board serve on a voluntary basis, or are there compensation and or per diem for their service on this board?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Biskins, I believe they just have a per diem for the board meetings.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Pepin motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails.
Confirmation. Pepin moves that the House, having advised, do now consent to and confirm the appointment of Neil Peterson, effective to the Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board, effective February 21st, 2012, for a term expiring on January 4th, 2016.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Neil Peterson was appointed in February of 2012 by Governor Dayton as well. He fills the position of a former Republican legislator and served as state representative from 2005 to 2008. A little bit about his background. He's currently working, his career is in commercial industrial real estate, client advisory, and property management. And I would ask for your support.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take this opportunity to say that I think Neil Peterson is one of the classiest members we've ever had, and I hope that everybody will vote yes.
Discussion. The member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Pepin yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, on the earlier approval that this body gave to Mr. Beck, I noticed that on his application he actually signed it. Then I turned to the application of former Representative Mr. Peterson, and I noticed he did not sign the application. Representative Pepin, do we have a valid application in front of us that we can even vote on at this time?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Biskins, if you could just give me 1 second to confirm that, I will give you a confirmation on that. I believe it's not a problem because we already confirmed him in the government operations meeting, but I will get a confirmation on that if you'll wait just a second.
Further discussion. The member from Anoka, Representative Abeler.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't going to speak because I didn't want to burn up any time, but since we have a moment, I just want to also echo Representative Hortman's comments I think we could not, I don't know Mr. Beck, but Mr. Peterson is extremely highly qualified and a wonderful person for this position. He'll be fair, and I think he'll be tough. So I urge members to vote yes.
The member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe I still have the floor, as I asked a question and it wasn't responded to yet. And I have, and I will give the member the opportunity to acknowledge. But I guess the committee can do one thing, and that's okay. But the statutes and the law doesn't say the committee gets to make all the decisions. The statute and law clearly says these decisions are left to the body to make. Now, as a member of the body, having not had a chance to interview, to talk to question any of the members of this board, I guess I do have a very strong question as to why the applicant in front of us even, I'm not going to say refused, but didn't bother signing his application. Now, if we're going to take our job seriously, members of this body, and we're not going to simply rubber stamp what committees do, and I think that's quite appropriate, as we do take our job seriously, then we have to look at and say, are we going to nominate somebody to this board who doesn't take his job seriously enough to even sign his application? I have strong questions about that. I mean, it's not hard. It's one page. It's not like you had to go through 15 pages to find a signature line. It's one page, and there is no signature on it. Do we know this member even wants to be part of this board? This is a question that I have, and if he does, why didn't he bother even signing the application? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Scalzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was there when former Representative Peterson applied for this job, and I don't know why the application isn't signed. I think the rest of the application is in his handwriting. It may have been inadvertent, but he definitely in person requested this position, and we definitely unanimously supported him in his request for this position, and I urge everyone to vote yes.
The member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, and I'm not going to cast aspersions, but I am going to point to one critical item on this application. You have it in front of you. Please turn and look at it. On there are a number of questions: your address, what your former, and most of that stuff is pretty common knowledge. But there's another question on here that's checked no. It's checked no, and then there is no signature. And the signature, members, is an oath. Look at the words above the signature. The words above the signature is, I swear to the best of my knowledge the above information is correct. And it is not signed. Why isn't it signed? I think this is a question we have to ask ourselves. And are we moving forward on an improper application if the person applying for this position wouldn't even sign the oath that we ask all members of the Campaign Finance Board to sign? There is no signature on the oath line. I think that's a very important little piece of information that a person wanting this position should have attended to. Members, I'd ask you to reject this application.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Biskins. We were able to contact the Campaign Finance Board to make sure that this was not a legal problem, and we were assured that it's not a legally binding requirement. The governor put it forward. We approved it in the Government Operations Committee, and Mr. Peterson came to the committee and he spoke clearly wanting to be on the board, asked to be there, showed up, and we asked him questions, and therefore I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Mr. Speaker,
The member
request
from
a roll call.
The member from Scott, Representative Biskins, has requested a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just wanted to point out that since there was a roll call requested, there is a requirement that 81 votes are needed to confirm Mr. Peterson's confirmation. So we will need 81 votes to confirm his nomination. So please vote green.
Discussion. Further discussion. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And, you know, I also think a lot of Representative Peterson, and I have no doubt that he would be great in this position, but I am a little concerned by what's being raised here, because I'm looking at the statute, and, you know, I do think that even if we like the result, it's a little troubling if we don't follow the statute. And I just want to ask Representative Pepin a question, if she would yield.
She will yield. She will yield, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, this seems like it would be so easy to remedy. And I'm just wondering if procedurally, if we could get this remedied before we vote on it, because really you know, it just seems like there is a statute that applies to this, and I was trying to look at it quickly, and I don't see that it requires a signature, but it says that it does require a statement that the person is qualified, and that is kind of what's in the section here that isn't signed. And so I really do think that if we do this right now, we're maybe violating the statute. So, I mean, could we just pull it back briefly, get Representative Peterson to sign it, and then come back and do it? I wonder if that's doable.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Liebling. Well, as you know, we've already sort of shut down the committees, and we've already we'd have to go back to rules and a whole process. We've confirmed with Gary Goldsmith, who runs the Campaign Finance and Election Board. It's not in statute. It's not required by statute. He has put forth a statement here. The requirement is that he fills a position of a former Republican legislator, which he has, so he is qualified for the position. So I would recommend that if you don't think he's qualified, then you would just vote red.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin, but I have a quandary here, Representative Pepin, because I do believe he's qualified. And I'd love to go forward with this, but I also don't think that I think I'm supposed to uphold the law. And can't we just, if she would yield again, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield, Representative Liebling.
Representative Pepin, what about just laying this on the table temporarily, or whatever the proper term is, and asking Representative Peterson to sign? Can't we do that? I mean, does it really have to go back to committee? Can't we just get him to sign the form? And it seems like, I don't know if he's here in the building, but it doesn't seem like it would be that difficult a thing to accomplish.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Liebling. It was the governor's responsibility to get the signature of Mr. Peterson. He did not do that. He forwarded on anyway. We accepted the application, and we moved it through the process. I think it would be silly to lay it over. I have no idea where Mr. Peterson is, if he's here, if he's in the country, and I think it would just waste a lot of time to lay this on the table and bring this up at a later time.
The member from Olmsted. The member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm going to direct your attention again to the applications. If you would, please look at Mr. Beck's application. You will see up in the upper right-hand corner of Mr. Beck's application is a stamp by the Secretary of State saying that this application was received. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner of Mr. Beck's application, you will notice there is a stamp by the Governor's Office dated December 28th, 2011. Now turn to Mr. Peterson's application and you will notice that neither of those stamps exist. Members, somebody can stand up on the House floor and say, well, this is such a slam dunk, why waste our time? Another member can stand up on the House floor and say, wait, we've got laws on the books. It's our job. If we can't even follow the laws, how the heck do we expect the citizens of the state of Minnesota to follow the laws we pass upon them? If we can't follow the laws we pass upon ourselves. There's a process to go through here. That process is being subverted. If it's okay for us, then gosh darn it, it should be okay for the citizens of the state of Minnesota. This is something that can and should be remedied. Otherwise, the precedents we're setting here, both in this law in specific and in all laws in general, are pretty bad precedents. So think about that as you cast your vote.
Discussion. Further discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker and representatives, staff was able to contact Mr. Peterson. He is faxing it. As we speak, he will be sending it over, so I'd be happy to. I don't know if members want to prove if we want to kill some trees and get copies made for everyone so they can see his signature, or if they want to take my word for it, but I will take the advice of the members.
Further discussion. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pepin, I'd be happy to take your word if you've seen his signature. I don't think we need to distribute copies, but if we could just lay this over for a few moments until you get a copy, I'd be happy to take your word for it. If he signs the application, then I think we can all be assured that the law is complied with. And again, I want to say I have absolutely no doubt that former Representative Peterson is fully qualified and will make a terrific member of the board. So it's really not about that. But I do think that, you know, much as I hate to agree with Representative Biskins on this, I do think we should be following the law.
Further discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Benson, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have a birthday again. Because of the age of my compatriot, who is close to my age, we won't discuss exactly how old he is. But he's a distinguished member of the House, and his wife, Carol, is in the retiring room. Lynn Carlson, this is his birthday today, so I'd like everyone to give him a happy birthday. Thank you. Mr. Speaker,
Member from Hennepin, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The distinguished member of the House is hiding in the retiring room at the moment, but I'm sure he appreciates the applause. Thank you.
Thank you. The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl. For what purpose do you rise?
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of personal privilege.
Well, first of all, this is, by coincidence, National Cheese Ball Day. And in the retiring room, if you haven't noticed yet, and I know that most of you have, there is cheese that my wife Karen, whose birthday was yesterday, by the way, brought from First District Association in Litchfield, where they are doing 4 million pounds of cheese every day. 4 million pounds of milk, 400,000 pounds of cheese every day. And because of legislation that we've passed here in previous years, they will be up to 7 million pounds of milk each day. So it's a good story about the dairy industry and agriculture in Minnesota. And I'm done now. Thank you.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I have the signed Neil Peterson application. I'm not sure Representative Liebling must be back having some snacks, but I don't know if Representative Liebling wants to come and verify it, but I do have the signed signature. I've got a few people who will attest to me having the signature here, so I hope that members will support the motion. Thanks.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Wardlow changes from a no to an aye. There being 125 ayes and 5 nays, the motion prevails. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Pepin motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate has discharged the present conference committee and appointed a new conference committee on Senate File 4. The Senate has appointed as such committee Koch, Rosen, and Rez. Senate File 4 is herewith transmitted to the House with the request that the House appoint a like committee, signed Kel-R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate. Pepin moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate and that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses on Senate File 4.
Representative Pepin withdraws her motion. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Lohmer motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2132, an act relating to Washington County. Lohmer moves that House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2132 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Calling the member from Washington, Representative Lohmer, to explain the Senate amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the Washington County HRA, which passed off this floor unanimously, and the Anoka County HRA, which also passed off this floor, and the Senate just combined this into one. And so I'm asking for your support. I accept and concur.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting the conference committee report signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Oh, I'm sorry, the motion to concur. I apologize. Start again. All those in favor of the motion to concur signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2132, as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Thiessen votes aye. There being 131 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate. Its title is agreed to. Fiscal calendar. The first bill on the fiscal calendar today is House File 518. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File 518 on the fiscal calendar for today, second engrossment, an act relating to transportation.
Calling the member from Carver, Representative Leidiger, to explain your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House File 518 is a county transportation project streamlining bill. It has three provisions. It removes duplication and shortens the length of time to get projects approved. Second provision is that it sets up a special fund for bridge inspections, and the third is that it directs that the agencies that have to do with the water authorities come together, provide a single point of contact for the county engineers to submit their projects. As the bill went through the process, it has gotten great bipartisan support, and I ask for your support on this bill. Thank you.
Discussion. Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 518.
Third reading. Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Leidiger. I think this bill is an improvement over what it was originally, but I still do have some concerns because when we talk about streamlining and environmental issues when it comes to transportation, there are some very sensitive environmental areas that have been always the subject of some amount of controversy, particularly wetlands and these kinds of situations. And we've had a whole slew of bills this year about streamlining and rulemaking. And while I think we're looking at a report here, there are also some provisions that I think may lead to, some compromise in terms of our ability to properly assess environmentally the impact of some road projects. So for that reason, I oppose the bill, but I do appreciate your efforts to improve it. I think initially there was some discussion of complete streets. You took that out, and I do appreciate that, but I still do have concerns about this legislation.
The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Leidiger yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Leidiger, I know that we had some testimony from the local transportation section of MnDOT. If you could just remind us what MnDOT's position is on the bill as it sits now.
The member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Well, originally, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Originally, MnDOT was on the sidelines on this. They were neutral. But I believe after some of the revisions, they're supporting this bill.
The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Leidiger. Mr. Speaker, if Representative Leidiger would yield to a second question.
He will yield. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Leidiger, one point that MnDOT had brought up earlier was that the streamlining changes might affect everything and not just bridges and culverts. Will the streamlining provisions of your bill go beyond bridges and culverts and talk about all road projects?
The member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will pertain to all the state aid projects, county projects.
The member from Nicollet. No. Further discussion. The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was looking to ask a question of the Chair of the Environment Committee.
He is not on the floor right now, Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker, if the author of the bill will yield.
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Leidiger, reading the bill, it talks about local road authorities. Does your bill also address local drainage authorities?
The member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, it does not.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Leidiger, if you yield again.
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Representative Leidiger, so watershed districts with responsibility for water management, or counties where there is water management authority as the designated drainage authority, they would not be included in this recommendations?
The member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Well, thank you for the question. As far as I know, they're not.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
And if I may add,
one minute, Representative Leidiger. Representative Hansen still has the floor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see Representative Beard rising, and maybe he has an answer to the question.
Would you like to ask Representative Beard to yield?
Yes.
He will yield. The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Representative Hansen, the water authorities responsible for water and runoff are involved only that they're supposed to respond and be part of the process to develop this one point of contact for the road authorities. Right now, members and Representative Hansen, what we have is a road authority wants to change a culvert or a bridge that's deficient. Sometimes there's as many as 5 different agencies they have to go to for permission to do a small project like that. The purpose of the bill is to ask the state agencies to develop one point of contact. I imagine as the process develops, and this is speculation on my part, that all the agencies that are responsible for clean water will still weigh in, but they'll do it through one point of contact instead of making the county engineers run around to 5 different agencies. That's the thrust of the bill.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Beard, that helps clarify. I think maybe I'm trying to help here with just saying that those folks should be involved where the drainage authority may be the person, or the watershed district may be the person proposing the culvert or being involved in managing the water as a result of the culvert. So perhaps that's a piece when this this bill, I see it's a House file, so I would assume there's a companion in the Senate. That might be something to look at in the future for the author.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 107 ayes and 24 nays, the bill is passed. The title is agreed to. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Dean, for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121, designates the following bills to be placed on the supplemental calendar for the day for Tuesday, April 17, 2012. Senate Files 946, 1143, 1123, and 2334. House File 2532, Senate File 1534. House File numbers 358, 2345 and 2527, Senate File Number 2379, House File Numbers 2789 and 2821, Senate File Number 1073, House File Number 2569, Senate File Numbers 2058, 2224, 2271, House File Number 749, 876, and Senate File Number 396.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for today is Senate File 1416. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1416, number 14 on the calendar for today, the second engrossment, an act relating to real estate.
Call on the member from Otter Tail, Representative Murdock, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This thing does work. How about that? Anyway, what this bill does is simply allows the owner of a manufactured home to get a title from the Department of Public Service that separates the home from the property it's on. So think of it as like a title to a car. The owner of the home could trade it in at a manufactured home dealer, or he could sell it and move it off the property. Went through 5 committees, 3 in the House, 2 in the Senate, no opposition to it. The bankers are on board, the realtors are okay with it, Department of Public Safety is okay with it, and pretty simple bill. With that, I'd appreciate your support.
Indeed, Representative Murdock, your microphone does work. Discussion. Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1416.
Third reading. Discussion. The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Murdock. You're correct. We did have the testimony in transportation. I think we heard from DVS. We heard from the folks in the Manufactured Home Association. Representative Murdock, my recollection is, I'm not going to ask you to yield, but that there was no fiscal cost involved to the state, that the fiscal note was 0. So, members, I plan to vote in favor of this bill.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 131 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed. Its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar today is Senate File 2181. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2181, number 25 on the calendar for today, the second engrossment, an act relating to energy.
Call the member from Scott, Representative Beard, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, in October of 2010, the Office of Legislative Auditor issued a report examining the structure and uses of a fund we know as the Renewable Development Fund. It's a fund that Xcel Energy ratepayers pay into because they have nuclear power plants and they have spent fuel storage on their sites. Those funds have been used over the years for a variety of projects, largely dealing with renewable or alternative energy sources. But in 2011, because of the findings in the report, the legislature suspended the authority of the Minnesota PUC to approve any new expenditures from the account to give us time in the legislature to address the issues that the legislative auditor raised. What you have in front of you is careful work over the past 2 years by Senator Rosen, myself, and several others, including Mr. Grant from the Department of Commerce and the Governor's Office. What you have is a consensus bill that reinstates the authority of the Renewable Development Fund and clearly delineates and addresses some of the concerns that the legislative auditor raised. Among the things that are going to be happening now is the $19.5 million a year continue to be collected, and it will be expended on a fund called the Power Producer Payments, about $10.9 million at the moment per year. to subsidize windmill generation. That fund has been closed, and those fund disbursements are in decline, which means the additional money will accrue then to the fund to be dispersed for interesting and effective renewable energy accounts. Members, what we did also is we codified into law things that Xcel Energy and the PUC had been doing anyhow that were not necessarily illegal but were kind of unlegal. This bill takes those things into account and clarifies the concerns that the auditor had, also asserts that the OLA has the ability to look at the funds and to audit the program. Members, I'd encourage an aye vote. Please vote yes on the bill, and I'm happy to stand for questions, Mr. Speaker, if there are any.
Discussion. The member from Pine, Representative Hilty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Beard would yield.
He will yield. Representative Hilty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Beard, just to clarify, I know there were some differences between the House file and the Senate file, and are we working on the language of the Senate file, and is that what we expect to go forward?
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Hilty, yes. The difference between the House file and Senate file, the Senate took the lead on working with Mr. Grant with a couple other organizations, including the University of Minnesota and their issue. And so they've worked that out in the Senate file. We've adopted the Senate language and are working from the Senate file.
The member from Pine, Representative Hilty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, in my opinion, the Senate language is an improvement over what was in the House bill, but still, I think members should be aware that what this will result in is basically defunding the University of Minnesota's Institute for Research on Energy and the Environment. It has been funded from the Renewable Development Fund for the past few years, and they were certainly hoping that that would continue to be the case. And I think what we will experience is that there is no further funding for IRE as a result of this bill. And you should be aware that the $5 million that went to IRE from the fund typically leveraged about $70 million in additional grants from various entities, including the federal government. So while this bill is certainly an improvement from where it began, I would certainly like to have seen a different outcome than this.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Beard yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Representative Beard, I'm looking on page 3, line 3.20. Funds in the account may not be directly appropriated by the legislature by a law enacted after January 1st, 2012, and unless appropriated by a law enacted prior to this date. Could you give me some indication of appropriations that are still out there that have funds in them?
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hansen, the only one I can think of is the power producer payment to the wind generation industry. That was enacted prior to this date. And rather than cut those off because people have built their financial models on this 10-year payment plan, we just said no new entrants, but that did exist prior. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything else that still has outstanding tails or obligations that was but if I think of some or if somebody shoots me an email, I'll share them with you. But that's the only one I can think of.
Member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Beard would continue to yield.
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Representative Beard, I seem to remember way back there was an appropriation for Excelsior Energy that was a direct legislative. I'm not. Maybe you remember that one. Has that appropriation all been? Has that been expended and there's nothing left there?
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Correct. Yes, that one has run its course and has been done for several years, actually.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping that the author of the bill would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Beard, I remember seeing this in committee, and I had some concerns about some of the language that is on page 4, specifically paragraph L, where it says, all final reports must acknowledge that the project was made possible in whole or part by the Minnesota Renewable Development Fund, noting that the fund is financed by the public utilities ratepayers. Well, that's an accurate statement. It's also slightly misleading because it doesn't tell the whole story. So would you explain why this money is collected in the first place?
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Oh, yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. The public utility, this would be Xcel Energy's ratepayers. The final reports, by the way, members, I should note that under the existing law, it's unclear as to who actually owns the data that was developed by the expenditure of these funds. This language, should it become law, would clarify that if anyone develops information or research according to expending these funds, that actually is made available to the public so we can all benefit. And then this language was added that the fund is financed by the public utilities, and meaning Xcel Energy's ratepayers. I could be happy to go into a 20-some year history of how the fund came to be and where those funds are extracted from. I think we all know it comes because they have nuclear power plants and they have dry cask storage on their site, and will for some time to come because of the federal government's dereliction of duty in developing a repository for spent nuclear fuel. And until the federal government fulfills their obligation, and we're going to keep nuclear power plants operating, even if we close them tomorrow, members and Representative Falk, those things would sit there until the federal government finally owns up to its obligation and finds a storage facility for them. That's why they're there, and that's why this piece of language was added to the bill.
The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Beard, I mean, we talked about that here, but you're completely right in the sense that the only reason why we allow this fund to exist is because we allow the storage of high-level radioactive waste in the state of Minnesota. Only reason. If we didn't have that dry cask storage here, there would be no Renewable Development Fund. And I take offense to the fact that we talk about the extraction of dollars from Xcel's ratepayers. Every citizen in the state of Minnesota is bearing a proportion of that risk for having a high-level nuclear repository in the state, which we have no means to deal with. And I know that the federal government hasn't come forward with their high-level facility yet. And it's one of those things, too, where this is a classic example of you make a mess and somebody else cleans it up. It's not our responsibility. It's not the utility's responsibility. It's nobody's responsibility except for the federal government to go and let them deal with the problem of this radioactive waste. They're the only ones. And so we're supposed to just shirk our duty, shirk any responsibility we have to the citizens of Minnesota. Well, that's why this agreement was struck, is because there's supposed to be some balance. Because for all of this risk that the citizens of Minnesota are bearing, they're going to go and have the ability to develop renewable sources of energy that would allow us to move away from things like nuclear power, where we don't have a viable solution to the waste problem yet. That's why this fund exists. I believe Representative Carlson was here when the conference committee was struck. He could give us a very good history of that if members would be so inclined. But to go and say that this is only paid for by utility ratepayers, it's telling only half the truth. And the other part of the story should be told if we're going to go down this road, that it's because we're allowing one utility to benefit from the supposedly lower cost energy that these two facilities provide, and we have to account for those additional costs, those externalities. Mr. Speaker, and being that I would have liked to have had this drafted, but I would offer an oral amendment on line 4.5.
Representative Falk offers an oral amendment. Representative Falk, please state your oral amendment for the Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please strike the words on line 4.5, the public utilities ratepayers, and please insert the allowable storage of high-level radioactive nuclear waste.
Representative Falk, could you please restate
Absolutely.
Your oral amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The oral amendment would be to strike on line 4.5 the public utilities ratepayers and insert the allowable storage of high-level radioactive nuclear waste. And I would request a roll call.
The Chief Clerk will report the oral amendment.
Falk moving to amend Senate File 2181, the second engrossment as follows on page 4, line 5, delete public utilities ratepayers and insert the allowable storage of high-level radioactive waste, nuclear waste.
Representative Falk has requested a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be roll call on the amendment. The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Members, we've had this discussion several times in the 10 years I've been here about this very language. This is actually agreed upon language with the governor's office and with all parties concerned. Please vote no.
Further discussion. The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say it's not necessarily agreed upon language by all parties. There are still some concerns among the people who have worked on these issues for a long period of time. Just because a person in the governor's office may have agreed to some portionality of this, I wouldn't say that that speaks on behalf of all the interested parties.
Yep. Seeing no further discussion, the roll call being requested, the clerk will take a roll on the oral amendment.
I didn't.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 72 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Seeing no other amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2181.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I know this was presented as a bill that was agreed upon by all parties. I do think there are serious concerns with it. I would characterize this more as an Excel giveaway bill. It basically says that we have to make this payment into this fund to go and help offset the cost of operating 2 nuclear facilities in the state of Minnesota. And instead of actually having to go out and make sure that that's broad-based and really goes and takes into account so many of the different policy goals that we want to accomplish as a state, just give us further control of the money. Let us do it as we see fit with it. And so I do have some serious concerns with this bill, and I would urge members to vote no.
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Members, and Representative Hilty in particular asked a great question. I just want to clarify that by adopting the Senate file, members, what we're doing here is we're allowing the U of M to actually be one of the qualified applicants for the fund, and we've described language where they don't have to bring each individual research project back to the fund. They still have control over it. Members, if we don't pass the bill, the fact of the matter is IRE at the U of M is cut off effective July 1st of this year, so it'll go back to business as usual and they won't have any money coming. This is actually the compromise that allows IRE to apply for funds and bring projects forward for possible and probably probable funding. Members, please vote aye on the bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 85 ayes and 46 nays, the bill is passed. Its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 753. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 753, number 27 on the calendar for the day, the third engrossment, an act relating to health occupations.
Call on the member from Anoka, Representative Abeler, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And half this bill you voted for yesterday, so I won't describe part of that. But this is the alcohol, drug, the technical licensing update bill. They also recodified their licensure statute, making it much more clean. The alcohol drug counselors are related to the Board of Behavioral Health and Therapy, which also includes licensed professional clinical counselors, LPCs, and they're a very necessary mid-level counselor group. I will just give you a couple highlights, and then I'll let you like the bill as well as I do. It updates some of the continuing education requirements, helps the renewal process. It creates, it sort of updates their whole Practice Act, and if you have questions, I guess I'll stand for that. The social work licensure bill that's in here does not create any new licensure at all. It just updates their Practice Act. It allows some grandfathering in for minority communities, which is a really good feature, and so it's a good bill, members, and I urge your support.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 753.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 131 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed. Its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar today is Senate File 1143. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1143, number 2 on the supplemental calendar, unofficially engrossed and reprinted for the House to include committee amendment, an act relating to state government.
Call on the member from Anoka, Representative Scott, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the Data Practices Omnibus Bill, and that has several different sections relating to different things. Primarily, the bulk of the bill is clarification language and technical changes, but there are some other issues in there. And there should be an amendment being passed out, I believe. And I can go ahead and address that amendment whenever people have that.
There is an author's amendment at the desk that's being distributed now. We will allow the discussion of the amendment but not vote until each member has it. The Chief Clerk will report the author's amendment.
Scott, moving to amend Senate File 1143, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A11.
Call on the member from Anoka, Representative Scott, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The first section of the amendment addresses the issue of each county is to have a responsible authority. This just makes it a little bit easier on the counties that may be smaller than and may not have a coordinator or administrator on staff. And in that case, the responsible authority would be the auditor. The second section has to do with electronic licensing data system from the DNR. A couple of years ago, this provision was removed from the data practices section of statute. This is just reinstating it. It's the same language as it was before. And the third language, the third section begins on section 2.24, it looks like. And this addresses an issue in the body of the bill. There is language so that the Department of Commerce and the Department of Human Services can share data
relating to people that are receiving energy assistance, and there's also phone assistance, telephone assistance that people are eligible for. And so the phone companies came to me with this language, and they would just like to be able to have that data shared so that those people can also get some help on their phone bills. And this just says that in addition to getting names and addresses that can be shared, also the last 4 digits of their social security number can be shared. And with that, that's the amendment.
Discussion to the author's amendment. The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and will Representative Scott yield?
She will yield, Representative Dill.
Well, thank you, Representative Scott. And on the amendment in general, my first question is about the finances of this. There's quite a few different entities that can ask for this information. Investigative agencies, insurance companies, lake associations. Will there be a charge for this information that would be released to these different entities that are contained in your amendment?
Member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Dill, no, there would be no cost. They have to go through the courts usually to get some of this data anyway.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
So then, will Representative Scott yield?
She will yield, Representative Dill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Scott, so is there a cost to the state on this, or is that considered to be a negligible amount, or whatever the term is we use here for small?
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Dill, no, there's no cost to the state. This is one of the functions of the Department of Administration.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
If Representative Scott continue to yield.
She will yield, Representative Dill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Scott. I'm looking at these, and I really don't have a problem with most of the amendment, but on line 2.21, item 9, it talks about lake associations. Now, as you could suspect, up in my legislative district, we have a lot of lake associations up there. Some are called lake associations that are tourism organizations. Some are called lake associations because they are involved in managing part of the aquatic system or shoreline regulations within their county or assisting with those issues. And so my question is where did this provision come from? And I'm thinking about when I attend lake association meetings from time to time, information can be very readily passed around, and if this is going to be considered private but yet being able to release to a lake association, I wonder if we actually start to lose some control of the privacy of that information.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Dill, this provision was brought to us from numerous lake associations, and what they were finding is stray boats and canoes and things floating on lakes, and so this is just a way of finding who the owner was to make sure that they get the rightful owner gets their boat returned to them.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have not ever, I think I have as many lakes as anyone in the state in my legislative district, and I've never heard anyone call me and ask me if I knew how to get information on a floating boat or something that was at large and they needed the identity of the owner. I'll have to tell you kind of a joke we have around our camp up in Canada. When we close up October 5th this year, everyone will say, well, we better go out in the parking lot and see if there are any cars left in the parking lot. If there is, we left somebody in the brush. We better go find them. I might entertain an amendment like that, but I'd like to make an oral amendment to the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dill offers an oral amendment to the Scott amendment. Please state your oral amendment for the Chief Clerk.
Line 2.21 and 2.22, delete Section 9.
Chief Clerk will report the oral amendment.
Dill is moving to amend the Scott amendment as follows. Delete lines 2.21 and 2.22.
Discussion. The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I already said what I would say again. I just don't think that this is necessary. Beyond that, I support the rest of the amendment.
Discussion of the oral amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I'd rise in opposition to the Dill oral amendment. The amount of information that is shared is limited to identifying the owner of a recreational vehicle, such as a boat, a canoe, raft. I don't know, you have a lot of lakes in your area. I spend a lot of time in the summer on a lake as well, and we're up at the north end, and I can't tell you how often during storms or in the spring there's random rafts or a canoe or a paddle boat, and having the ability to just get the name of the owner of that boat or canoe and contact them to let them know. The lake that we're on is 7 miles long. It is helpful, and it's not like the Lake Association is going to get all kinds of information about people. They're going to be able to get a person's personal property back to the rightful owner.
Discussion. The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with some of that. First, I don't believe that rafts are something that are registered with the state of Minnesota. I don't believe that paddle boats are something that is registered in the state of Minnesota, unless the Environment 2164, I think it is, bill passes and gets into law that we had here this year. As far as canoes are concerned, we certainly have law enforcement, and I would welcome anyone to contact law enforcement through 911 or contact their local sheriff or Representative Cornish, and he could get that information for them.
The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Dill, and I might get myself into trouble here, and this might go back to fees for hunting and fishing, but in years past we used to see the Water Patrol on almost a daily basis. That's not the case anymore. And so this is a really efficient way of putting property back in the hands of its owners. So law enforcement really doesn't have the time or the ability to tow a wayward raft or a pontoon boat back down to the other end of the lake, etc. So,
discussion to the amendment. The oral amendment, excuse me. The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would vote urge members no vote on this. We aren't sure what law enforcement can really do as far as retrieving these things. I think it is just it's very simple language. We're just offering a name out there so that the DNR or whoever's out there can hunt down the rightful owner.
Further discussion to the oral amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the oral amendment to the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is not adopted. A division has been called for. All those in favor of the oral amendment to the amendment, please stand. You may be seated. Those opposed to the oral amendment, please stand. There being 52 ayes and 58 nays, the amendment is not adopted. We are on the author's amendment. Further discussion. The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Scott yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Scott, I'm looking on lines 1.23 and the subsequent lines there, and my question is, would that section in the amendment, would that provide for any business to receive, let's say, a hunting list to use to mail an advertisement, or to I'm wondering about the junk mail opportunity here, if a business would use this data for advertising or anything like that, if that gives that business an opportunity under that section.
The lady from Minoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen. No, what this provides for the companies or businesses that would be seeking information would have only be able to verify information that they already have. So it wouldn't be like they could go and just get a list of all the people that got hunting licenses. They would have to be able, it would just be a verification tool for them. They'd have to already have some data themselves.
Gentleman from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Scott would yield for one more question.
She will yield. The gentleman from Dakota.
And Representative Scott, in that same section with a normal course of business by a legitimate business or its agents, is that a commercial entity, or would a nonprofit entity have the ability to utilize that section?
The lady from Minoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen. It would be nonprofits or commercial entities.
Gentleman from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Scott, if you'll yield for one more question.
The lady will yield. The gentleman from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Scott, so if I had a nonprofit that I had, let's say, 50 members, and I could then get access to the data to verify their membership, I could only ask for the 50 members' license data. I couldn't do for lack of a better term, a fishing expedition and ask for all the hunting data. I would have to be very specific in terms of asking for that membership.
The lady from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Hansen, you would only be able to verify just the 50 members that you already had data on.
Gentleman from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Scott, one more question. Is there anything
The lady
else,
will yield. The gentleman from Dakota.
Representative Scott, is there anything else in this amendment or the bill that would allow for retail access by businesses for hunting and fishing information?
The lady from Anoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, no.
Discussion to the A11 amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed? The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Holberg and others moving to amend Senate File 1143, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A5.
The lady from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And in the Data Practices Subcommittee, we always try and protect an individual's Social Security number. And as part of the committee process, we took away the ability for organization to get Social Security numbers. It made their program unworkable, and they need just the last 4 digits of the Social Security number in order for the program to function. And so this amendment allows just the last 4 digits of a Social Security number to be used, and I believe it's a phone energy assistance program.
Discussion to the A5 amendment. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Holberg, obviously I signed on to the amendment here, and I understand we're limiting it from the whole Social Security number to the partial. That's as you described it to me. But I guess my question is, going forward, and you and I have had offline discussions about this, but let's just get it on the record. Will Representative Holberg yield to a question?
The lady will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Representative Holberg, could you discuss the prospect that in the future, not only as to this program, but as to other programs, we could try to get some of these agencies and organizations to move away from using the Social Security number or even the last 4 digits at all as a personal identifier? In other words, wouldn't it be possible for us going forward to give some of these folks a time limit, I don't know what's reasonable, a year, 2, 3, 5, to say come up with some other personal identifier other than even a portion of the Social Security number?
The lady from Dakota.
And certainly that would make sense, as we found out in one committee meeting. In current law, one of the options to identify your fish house currently on the books is that you could put your driver's license number on the side of your fish house if you would like to put that out on the lake for everybody to see. I think this will evolve, but currently in order for the Energy Assistance Program, which also is matching up with people who are eligible for the telephone assistance program. This is the identifier that they use in order to do that data match. So, we certainly we can move to get away from that. But members, I was not aware that this particular language was actually already adopted in the bill in the A11 amendment. So I would withdraw the A5 amendment because we've already taken care of it.
The A5 amendment has been withdrawn. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Rukavina and others moving to amend Senate File 1143, the first on official engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded 451.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I don't know if many of you have been contacted by your constituents like I have recently on the requirement that evidently was passed during the special session. I wasn't here then, but it required that this outside vendor hired by the state be given the authority to ask for people for their marriage licenses, for birth certificates of their dependents, for Social Security numbers, for the front page of your tax return, just to name a few things, in order to prove that the person's your spouse or your child or whatever. It's caused a lot of consternation. We've seen a lot of security breaches from different parts of this country, from big credit card holders and everything else, where this information gets out into the public. So why state employees would have to be forced to give this information out is beyond me. What this amendment does is it's pretty straightforward. It repeals the special session law down there on line 1.12 and 1.13, and basically says that the Commissioner of Management and Budget can't ask for any state employees or the dependents any information that would be private under Minnesota Statute Chapter 13. Members, I don't claim to be an expert on this, but I am somewhat of a libertarian when it comes to private information, and I think Representative Holberg on the other side of the aisle holds my concerns, along with many folks that I've discussed this with in my caucus, so I'd appreciate your support.
Discussion. The lady from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Rukavina, for bringing this amendment. Just the other side of the coin on this is, and I'm going to just say to let members vote how they want on this amendment, but just one thing to consider is how else do we prevent people from frauding if they aren't able to verify that the people that we have in our health plans and so forth are members of our own family. So that's just the other side of the coin, and I would just recommend members vote their conscience on this one.
Discussion. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I rise in support of the amendment, and I want to make a couple of points. One, that the whole process, at least for some of us, is duplicative. My wife retired last summer, and I sent that very information when I added her to my health plan, or our health plan, to MMB. And so I happened to call the people in Indiana who are doing the audit, and I said, look, I just sent this information last summer to MMB, including marriage certificate and all of that. And they said, well, you'll have to do it again. And then I said, well, another concern I have, I said, you want to have the front page of my tax return. And I wasn't so concerned about the income. As a retired teacher, that's batted around anyway when you're in the public sector. But what I was concerned about was my Social Security number and my wife's Social Security number were on the front page of that income tax return. And then she volunteered, the woman on the phone, she said, well, you can white that out or color that out. We don't need the Social Security number. But they didn't have that in the instructions. It was just that you were to provide your front page of your or of your income tax form. So I thought that there were some real issues there relative to that passing through a lot of hands. We all hear a lot about identity theft and fraud and so on with people's Social Security numbers. And I was pleased that I was able to block that out. But if I didn't happen to ask that question, or if others are just following the directions and mailing it in, they're putting themselves at risk by sharing that Social Security number. So I would encourage people to vote for the amendment.
The lady from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I rise in support of the Rukavina amendment. And when I caught wind that this was moving forward, I contacted Minnesota Management and Budget and sent them an email and asked specifically, my emails back and forth were with Mr. Pollard, questioning MMB about whether or not they had the authority to collect the tax returns, because I don't believe that they did. Because we didn't give them the authority to take tax returns. We said do an audit, but we didn't expand their authority to have access to particular documents, number one. Number two, Representative Carlson, you're right. You can redact all kinds of stuff off the front of your income tax return if you would like. They already have your Social Security number as a function of when you signed up for benefits. They have that. But if somebody is really going to fill out an insurance application form and misrepresent their marital status or their dependent status, because all you're doing is you're submitting the front page of a copy of your tax return, anybody that was willing to dummy up an insurance application form would just as likely and would have the ability to dummy up the front page of a 1040 form. If in fact you really wanted to do a valid audit around the issue of tax returns and eligibility, what you would really do is you would allow for there to be a data match between the Minnesota State Department of Revenue and the department that held the information on insurance benefits. That's how you could actually get a valid sample. And this idea that this particular private vendor is going to scan the front page, and Representative Carlson, you figured out that you would redact a bunch of things. I haven't submitted anything. That was going to be my plan if it actually came down to it. I was going to take out the big old black marker and basically redact as much as possible. But for those people that didn't do that, we hear stories on almost a monthly basis about lost computers, lost data, whether it's private entities, government entities. And the reality is that the collection of this information, while it may have some value, again, you can dummy up the front page of a 1040 just as easy as you can lie on an insurance application form. So, members, I would urge support of this amendment.
Discussion. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Rukavina yield to a question?
The gentleman from St. Louis will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Rukavina, I think some worthy issues have been raised here in the discussion about what the Commissioner actually has access to in terms of pursuing the dependent audit. But I just want to confirm the second part of your amendment, lines 1.11 through 1.13, look to me like you are actually repealing the law that we passed last year that requires the department to actually conduct the audit. Am I reading that right, or is that those three lines doing something differently in your amendment?
The gentleman from St. Louis.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Downey, that would be what it looks like to me also. However, I don't know prior to us enacting this law during special session if there were other forms of auditing to confirm whether or not a person is legally married, or their dependents were really their dependents and still at home. So I can't answer whether we're undoing all of that, but it certainly is repealing what was put in statute during the special session as you read this. And this is the way, and I had contacted revisers early on when I started getting these emails from state employees, constituents, complaining about this, and I'd gone upstairs to the revisor's office, explained the issue. Certainly some of them were aware of it, and this is the way they drafted it. And I just had it redrafted to this bill in exactly the same way. So that's all I can tell you. Maybe Representative Simon or Holberg or others that are more in tune with what actually was there prior to the law change can help you with that answer, but that's all I can give you right now.
Gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Rukavina yield to one more question, please?
The gentleman will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Rukavina, maybe let me ask it this way. Would it be your intent, by virtue of this amendment passing, that we would actually shut down the dependent audit that's currently going on, or are you really just focused on the privacy and the data practices issues that audit is raising?
The gentleman from St. Louis.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Downey, I'm concerned more about the information that they're being requested. And while I understand that and this is a form that is sent to the state employees, that there are certain instructions that allow you to black out information and everything else, my attempt at trying to correct this problem, Representative Downey, was to stop the outrage in what public employees thought was meddling way too far into people's private lives. So I guess I don't intend to stop the Office of Management and Budget from documenting that Representative Dill's wife Tucky is really his wife, but I certainly am trying to correct the complaints I've received over the way it was implemented during the special session law. So I don't know, can somebody help me out here? Maybe for once I do need an attorney to help me on the floor, but I'm
the lady from Olmsted will yield.
I was looking at Representative Leaving, in fact, when I said that. And it's true, Mr. Speaker, occasionally you do need an attorney.
Gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Rukavina. I'll take you at your word and your intention as you stated here on the floor, and am glad to support the amendment too, because I think we have raised some issues here in terms of what they should be able to collect. But I'd also, if I could, also ask you to support, if in conference we look at this particular provision, that if in fact we're shutting down that audit, we'd obviously have, frankly, probably an imbalance in our budget that we'd adjust it then. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Rukavina.
Discussion. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I think Representative Downey has it right. I think probably the safest thing to do is to pass the amendment. Most of us, at least who have talked, seem to be in favor of getting rid of some of the intrusiveness, and we might have to fix some of it in conference. And the reason I say that, and Representative Holberg, correct me if I'm wrong here, or Representative Downey, I think that the worry here is that on 1.8 of the amendment, it pertains to private data on individuals. And I think some of what Representative Rukavina and his constituents and mine and all of ours are concerned about goes beyond just private data on individuals. It's other data too that might not fall into that classification. And so I think maybe the safest thing to do is to pass it, or we could just do another amendment and specifically list the kinds of information we don't like, the tax returns, the social security number, etc. But maybe if we all trust each other, and it seems like we do here on this issue, we could just pass it and then make the modification we need. But Representative Holberg, I defer to you.
Delay from Dakota will yield. Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I know, some of the things that they're asking for are public. Now, there may be some issues. The issue of marriage certificates, depending on how long ago and where you were married, may be difficult to obtain. But marriage certificates, birth certificates are public now. So as I discussed this with Representative Rukavina, the big rub relative to privacy issues were around those data sets that are not public and not already a part of the insurance process. So it's maybe not directly related to what Representative Rukavina is trying to do, but again, we can have further discussions through the conference committee process. There should be some type of appeal, or, if you show them your wedding book or something. I don't know if you don't have your certificate, whatever. But I think that this is a good start. And again, I still am not sure that they even have the authority to do what they're doing now. But sometimes agencies just kind of plow along, and you got to get their attention in another way. So I'd encourage members to vote yes.
Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Well, I'm particularly interested in having the retirement, not having to produce a copy of my marriage certificate. Turns out I've probably longer than anyone else in this body. I've actually been married for 55 years, and this is the first time. Applaud my husband, probably. But this is the first time that anyone has ever asked for it. We've moved 6 times since then. I actually, because I thought it was easier to see if I could comply with it than get it. You should see what it's like to have to deal with the New York City Board of General Statistics in Lower New York. The only way I was going to be able to get this in time for the date that we supposedly had it by was to send a relative to personally pick it up. It would not be available by mail within the time. It was that they wouldn't even tell me if the record existed. Now, we had a problem because we were married in one borough, and we think we got whatever certificate we got in another borough. And those are like different cities, so we didn't even know that. So I'm really anxious, but I assure you, I really have been married, and we're very. So I would really like to get this out. And I figured if I was having this problem, there's got to be other people who are going to have it too, even in some other dimension. So I definitely want to make sure that this gets rid of the marriage certificate, although I understand that in New York State, after 50 years, it's no longer private data. So.
Discussion to the amendment. See no further discussion to the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mullery moving to amend Senate File 1143, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded 455.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this language has been floated for years by one group which many people believe at least suspect that a number of their members don't comply with our prevailing wage law. This language has always been shot down in the past by us. This is something that really would gut a lot of our enforcement of prevailing wage, and we certainly need to be enforcing our laws. Our Department of Transportation, as those of you who have been around for a few years, has set up a system for enforcement of prevailing wage that has been lauded by our legislative auditor as one of the tops in the country, and part of that is based on certified payroll. When we set up our prevailing wage enforcement laws over the last several years, a major part of that was to have certified payroll, because we can't have hundreds of people hired by the state right now with the situation we're in as a budget. So we have to rely on other people to help us. And the biggest group that goes through the certified payroll is actually other contractors who do comply with our prevailing wage laws and turn in those contractors that aren't complying with our prevailing wage laws. Also, our unions go through it to try and help us so that we don't have to hire hundreds of people. I just got off the phone with the Commissioner of Labor and Industry, and he said, quotes, "This is a big deal. We are definitely opposed to this language." Members, this is really a way to gut a lot of our enforcement of prevailing wage laws, and I simply can't understand why this suddenly appeared in here. On every other year it hasn't gone anywhere. So I hope you will defeat this really bad language. Mr. Speaker, roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would urge a no vote on this amendment. This really wouldn't change prevailing wage at all. They would still check payment, salary, and all those things that they're by law required to do. And what we did with the original language is we brought the protection for private sector employees. We asked that they have the same protection as public sector employees. So I would urge a no vote.
Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Scott, that doesn't make any sense to say that private sector compares to public sector. We don't have problems with the government not paying prevailing wage. What we're trying to do, this is part of our whole efforts at enforcement on prevailing wage. It was set up specifically so that this would be open to contractors, to general public, to good contractors who are trying to keep bad contractors from cheating against us. And what you are doing is you're enabling contractors to avoid payment of prevailing wage according to law. That's clearly and simply what you're doing. It's got nothing whatsoever to do with the difference between government and public or private employees.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Mullery yield to a question?
He will yield, Representative Scott.
Why would thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Mullery. Why would the government need to keep track of home addresses, phone numbers, that kind of data on private on employees?
Mr. Speaker, Representative Scott and members, that's the only way that they can actually go through and enforce. If there's a John Peterson working on a project, how do they know what John Peterson it is? How do they send John Peterson a letter asking whether they were being paid prevailing wage? A lot of workers don't even know about the prevailing wage law. There's a lot of cheating going on, and actually, Representative Scott, the biggest users of these and that turn in other contractors are not unions, it's other contractors who do comply with the law. Most of the complaints that come in turning in other contractors are from contractors who comply with our prevailing wage law and are upset with people that are cheating on it. So you're aiding the people that are cheating on our law if this goes in.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mullery. They would still have access to that information through the employee's employer, Representative Mullery.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Scott, that's not realistic. If the employer is not going to be handing out information and say, well, yeah, you go contact John Peterson that works for me because I want you to be sure that he'll report to you that I'm not paying him prevailing wage according to law. That, Representative Scott, that clearly makes no sense to argue that I, as a cheating employer, am going to give that out.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mullery. They have to turn over the payroll information, and that's what prevailing wage is based on, is that payroll information that's gathered.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Scott.
Excuse me, Mr. Representative Mullery. Representative Scott, are you asking Representative Mullery to yield? Representative Mullery will yield. Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Scott. Representative Scott, now you're starting to catch on, I think. The certified payroll, that's why we required certified payroll in order to enforce prevailing wage, is exactly for that reason, and that's why this information is required on there, so that good contractors, so that other people can make sure that we're not having people cheat on us, that we're not paying out to people that are cheating on us. And that's exactly why the certified payroll is there, and that's exactly why these are needed in there.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is that they do not need the personal information of those employees to report the payroll to base the prevailing wage upon.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Mullery, she has the floor, and she has not asked you a question, unless she's asking you to yield. Are you? Representative Mullery, she had the floor, and now I'm going to call on Representative Mahoney from Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There's many members here that have been around for a good length of time. And 10 and 12 and 15 years ago, the Department of Labor and Industry had a good number of employees that did try to track prevailing wage issues. And through budget cuts and efficiencies, we've had to get rid of some of those employees and go to some computer programs. Computer programs are only so good. It actually takes a set of eyeballs to look and see that there's Tim Mahoney on this prevailing wage wage report, a certified wage report. And Tim Mahoney is really a laborer, but he's classified, but he's really a pipe fitter, but he's classified on this wage report as a laborer, which is $1 or $2 or $3 less. And unless you actually have the eyeballs on the record, we're not going to see that. So if we pass this bill without Representative Mullery's amendment on it, we are going to be required to hire more people to actually do that. Because right now, as Representative Mullery has said, we have private industry policing itself. And it's the contractors that are doing it, both union and non-union, to make sure that the fair bid that was submitted is followed. We have unions and non-union groups looking to make sure that the wages that were promised in that public bid are being kept. And everyone is playing on the fair on a fair level playing field. God, I can't even talk anymore. So members, Representative Mullery's amendment is a good amendment. I don't doubt that Representative Scott was concerned about public or private information getting out. But this is something that I know Representative Mullery, myself, Representative Nelson, Representative Enzel, a number of others here a couple on your side, have worked to kind of try to figure out how do we police this without costing the state a lot of money. If we keep your language in, Representative Scott, we're going to end up costing the state more money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope we'll vote for Representative Mullery's amendment.
The member from Itasca, Representative Ansel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the prevailing wage statute applies only to taxpayer-financed work. Most commonly, taxpayer-financed construction projects. And in order to protect the taxpayer, to assure the taxpayer that the taxpayer is getting $1 worth of work for $1 worth of taxes, you need, the state needs, and the private sector who provides the work on public projects, everyone needs to have verifiable, certified information to be sure that work and services provided are consistent with the bid process and the specifications of the public sector work. This is really common sense. This is necessary to protect Minnesota's taxpayers. This is information that private sector businesses who compete with one another to do public work need and require. Nothing more, nothing less. So let the sunshine continue in our process of enforcement of prevailing wage. The Mullery Amendment is a good one. It should be supported.
Representative Holberg, for what purpose do you rise?
Well, Representative Ansel, yield, please.
Representative Holberg, I do have some others that are in. I thought maybe you were wishing to make an announcement. I'll call on you. Representative Mullery is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is part of, actually, what the Republican caucus has asked for, which is reform so that we can save money for the state. Why would we want to pay contractors who are cheating on us? Doesn't make a lot of sense. This is actually part of the reform to streamline government and make use of our money effectively. And the fact is that the personal data is only enough to identify the people so that they can find out exactly whether or not whether the company is cheating on our money. It just makes absolutely no sense not to protect our state money on this. So hopefully you'll vote green on this amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I'm hoping, Representative Scott, you might reconsider your opposition to this. This otherwise is a very good bill that I know you and others worked very hard on, and I would hate to turn what is a pretty now non-controversial bill into a controversial one. I can't speak for anyone else, but I think you might have trouble enacting this into law if this provision stays in here. I think you can understand the intensity on this side. So I would ask you, if it's not a big deal to you, I take you at your word that this was not your intention to upset kind of labor relations here, but I would ask that you consider taking the Mullery Amendment. I would imagine, I can't negotiate for him, that he might withdraw his request for a roll call, and there's no reason to create a big deal out of the Data Practices Bill. That would be my plea to you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and will Representative Ansel yield?
He will yield. Representative Holberg.
Well, first of all, Representative Ansel, if in fact you needed this information for wage purposes, why do you need a home address and an email?
Representative Ansel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Holberg, that information is included in what is certified in payment of wages from employers to employees. Of course that's part of the process and part of the information that is on record.
Representative Holberg.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Anselk, but why does the public need that?
You asking him to yield again? Representative Holberg, you're asking him to yield again? He will yield. Representative Anzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Holberg, well, in order to track employees and find out who they are and verify that they actually have been paid what somebody says they've been paid, then that information is necessary in order to verify.
Representative Holberg.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I think the reality here that we're talking about is non-government entities' access to this. Department of Labor and Industry has access to this data. We are making this public. We do not make the home address, email, and name of the employees of Target or Walmart, nor do we make the home address, email public for employees of Department of Public Safety or for the state. Why are you treating just this one set of employees different? Department of Labor and Industry has access to the data that they need to do prevailing wage. The real reason I think, I'm not sure, is that if you can get a list of home addresses, emails, and names of subcontractor or contractor's employee by virtue of the fact that they have a contract with the government, then you can find out, you could probably send them political things if you would like. You could find out whether or not they wanted to unionize. The state of Minnesota has all the authority they need to get this information to do their prevailing wage. There is no need for all this information just because you fall into a subcontractor, an employee of a subcontractor or contractor, that this information be public. So, you know, we are not going to impede Department of Labor and Industry's ability to do this. What we're basically saying is that just because you're an employee of a contractor or subcontractor, we are not going to make your home address, your home email, and your name available to the public.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Holberg, you just don't understand the purpose of this, why it was set up. It's not to do all the things that you're thinking of. It's to identify the people. How do they know if a John Peterson is working for Mortensen or Kraus or whoever, Ryan? They don't know who that person is, what they're doing, whether they're on some other lists. If they don't have an address, they also can't send them a letter and ask them what they got paid. If they'd respond, inform them about prevailing wage laws, and just say, do you want to respond? And so they're really, the whole system was set up so that contractors could come in, so that other people could come in and help the state enforce it. By the way, Dolly does not directly have this information until there's a complaint, so they don't get it. And with regard to the point that Representative Simon made, I was told that this may be a veto issue, that they haven't decided yet at the department.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Holberg, it's not why I originally got up to speak, but to answer the question you posed to Representative Anzelk, there are 3 Mike Nelsons that are carpenters in my local union that could be working for any contractor. And just to get the name, when I was a business agent and I'd go in and ask for certified payroll, I'd have to know who these people are. You request that certified payroll, you get the names in that, and that's how you enforce this, if you're enforce prevailing wage, if you suspect that there's cheating going on. That's how a contractor does it. They request certified payroll. The certified payroll includes the name, their address so that you know who they are, their phone number so they can be contacted, so that you can get and help enforce this, so we don't have to have little enforcement agents running around for the Department of Labor. That would cost the state more money. This is being done by the contractors who are policing themselves and policing the industry to make sure that I'm bidding on this job, and Representative Lily's bidding on the same job and he gets it and his people aren't getting paid right, he cheated me out of that job and he's cheating the state of Minnesota because he's getting paid this additional money and he's putting it in his pocket instead of it going to the employees where it's supposed to going. And that's what this information is used for. And if it's not able to be gotten, we're going to be aiding and abetting contractors who are going to be cheating the state of Minnesota. We're going to be aiding and abetting criminal activity in the state of Minnesota because they're going to be violating the law. And that's why we need this information.
Discussion to the amendment. Member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Well, members and Mr. Speaker, then maybe you should put together an amendment that limits the subset of people that have access to this for a valid reason. Why do you keep it all public for anybody to have access to? I mean, Department of Labor and Industry should be doing this. If there's another group or entity with a need to know that makes sense, then let's talk about it. But to leave all this information public is really not fair when we give these privacy protections to virtually every other employment group in the state, whether it be with school districts or cities or counties or the state, let alone the privacy protections of employees with private sector jobs.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've heard a lot of things on the floor here in the past talking about different representatives bringing forth additional information and different requirements to put on people that we give welfare money to, that we give food stamps to. These contractors and these employees that are working for these contractors and these subcontractors are coming to the state of Minnesota, they're coming to our school districts, they're coming to our local municipalities, and they're applying to get work, and they're bidding on this work. And they're getting this state money or city money to do this work. That's why we request this information, and that's why this information has to be public. So these people, we can make sure that this contractors are doing what they say they're supposed to be doing by our laws, paying these people the prevailing wage, the wages they're supposed to be getting, and that's why they need this information. If it's private information, I could say I'm Mike Nelson, and I can go out and do this, and you're not going to find me. I mean, you can't find, there's 7 Mike Nelsons in my Senate district that I door knocked one year. You're not going to find me. So to say that we got to keep this information private, what you're doing is, like I said, you're aiding and abetting contractors who in the past have done this and who will continue to do this criminal activity by not paying the proper prevailing wage.
Further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion and a roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 65 nays, the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moving to amend Senate File 1143, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 457.
Call on the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment relates to the open meeting law and posting of notices. And if you look on page 31, right above that, it talks about the top level 31.3, posting of notices on the website for 10 days. And the section of law here, there are regular meetings, special meetings, emergency meetings. What the bill is doing is changing the definition for posting from meetings to only regular meetings. And what my amendment is doing is saying that that posting is still required for regular and special meetings, so that would require the 10-day posting on the web. So I would ask for your support.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing no discussion, all in favor? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Section 30, Section 60, page 30, there's clarification language that a 10-day requirement for web posting of public meeting applies to regular meetings, not emergency or special. And would Representative Hansen yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Is Representative Hansen, thank you, Mr. Speaker, is this what you were getting at? Because we do want to have a provision in here if there's some sort of an emergency or a special reason for calling a meeting that the 10-day notice could be waived.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Representative Scott, what I'm referring to that section, section 60, starting on page 30. And what's being changed in statute, you're changing from the meeting to the regular meeting. And what I'm doing is adding the regular meeting and special meetings. And then that would still allow for emergency meetings that could be called without the 10-day notice. So, and I'm thinking here of when you're dealing with a board, you may have your regular monthly meeting, but there are sometimes when you have a special meeting for considering a budget. And those are usually planned ahead. It's different than an emergency where you have to react. So what I'm trying to do is have the regular and special and still allow for that emergency meeting without the 10 days.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would see this as a friendly amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The amendment is adopted. We have an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Atkins moving to amend Senate File 1143, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A14.
Call on the member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Yesterday, I believe it seems like a month ago now, but we passed Representative Myra's bill that applies to school districts that pay out more than $10,000, requires disclosure relative to the basis for, the reasons for any sort of buyout agreement or payout agreement to a past employee. And in the event of a settlement of a legal claim, that sort of thing. All this would do is apply that same rule to the legislature. Mr. Speaker, I'd request a roll call, please.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And members, I'd request a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the amendment. Member from Anoka, Representative Scott. Discussion to the amendment. Roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Look at that.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 yeas and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend Senate File 1143, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A13.
Calling the member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Mr. Speaker, at risk of blowing my one-for-one record today, I know that Tiger Woods on Sundays wears his red shirt because he thinks it gives him good luck. Hopefully I haven't messed it up. But here's the Second Amendment. This is the thing that, relative to claims against the legislature, that frankly really ticked me off. I asked for, from House staff, what the arrangement was relative to the Susan Thornton matter. Not because I was looking to run to some newspaper or some TV station with what was being paid out. I'm just a lawyer. I kind of like to know what we pay lawyers. So I wanted to see the retainer agreement. And within about 15 minutes of requesting it from House staff, I had it. We've paid out, I think it's about $8,900 in legal fees. It said how much the hourly rate was. It was a reasonable hourly rate. And regardless of how you feel about the Susan Thornton matter, whether you think it was handled wrong or whether you think it was handled right, I just kind of wanted to see how much in taxpayer dollars we were paying out and under what sort of hourly rate we were doing it. Had it in 15 minutes. So I assumed when I asked the Senate for the same thing, I might, Senate takes a little while longer. I figured it'd take 30 minutes or so. I got stiff-armed. I was completely pushed away and told that we don't have the right to see that data. I was told it's privileged by the attorney-client privilege, which caused me to respond that, Mr. Ludeman, I am a member of the legislature. I too would therefore be the client, so send me a copy of the retainer agreement. Again, I got stiff-armed by Mr. Ludeman. All I want to do is see how much are we paying the lawyers. Honest to God, I don't even know who the lawyers are that we're paying, let alone how much we're paying, let alone the hourly rate at which we're paying them, let alone the cost and expenses that may be incurred. These are taxpayer dollars, I think, that have been obligated to some law firm to represent the Senate in a matter relative to a person who's been in the newspaper lots and lots of times. It's not my point to put it in the newspaper again. It's that we should be entitled, not just as members of the legislature, but as members of the public, as residents, as citizens of the state of Minnesota, to know how much is being paid out in legal fees and what sort of arrangement does the Senate or does the legislature have with a law firm. So that's all this amendment does, Mr. Speaker and members, is it says is to the extent such an arrangement has been entered into, that data is available to be seen. Mr. Speaker, I'd request a roll call, please.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also request a green vote on this.
Calling the member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Atkins yield?
He will yield. Representative Holberg.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, you know this issue better than I do, but I would assume that sometimes the nature of a contract might reveal a strategy in a lawsuit, and I'm wondering, this is a pretty broad brush. There's really no timing issue. So to the degree that disclosure of a contract might disclose a particular strategy or information that may not be out yet as far as a court process or procedure, how would that work? And would we put the legislature in a strategic disadvantage in making all of this information available at any time in the process?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Holberg, for the question, and I am glad that you asked it because I meant to make that point. In fact, I had jotted down the note on my sheet here to say so. All it's requiring is a copy of the retainer agreement. It's not talking about any sort of internal or any sort of strategic memos. The retainer agreement, and there's, every time somebody hires a lawyer, you sign one. It basically expresses how much the hourly rate is and what arrangement is being made relative to the expenses and costs that are incurred. But it doesn't disclose any sort of strategic points or tactical elements of the representation.
Representative Holberg.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Atkins, I'm going to support your amendment But I think there's some nuances to this that aren't completely addressed by the current language. And the complete terms of any contract or arrangement, you could hire counsel to perform some type of background information or gathering, maybe conduct a series of interviews, etc., that could in fact disclose a legal strategy or approach. So I think there's current language in other areas of law that we might be able to pick up on to make sure that the timing is right in what you do disclose, but I think the disclosure is important.
Further discussion to the amendment? A roll call having been requested, the clerk... I'm sorry, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm hiding over here in the corner. Members, it seems reasonable. You can vote yes if you prefer.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 yeas and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Call on the member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call for a motion for reconsideration. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move for reconsideration of Amendment RA 12455, the Mullery motion. I did vote on the prevailing side. And, Mr. Speaker, roll call, please.
Roll call having been requested, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The motion is to reconsider. Discussion on the motion to reconsider. Member from Hennepin, Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a call for the House. Call of the House.
Seeing 10 hands, there will be a call of the House. The clerk will take the roll. Calling the member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
Representative Dean moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. The clerk will close the roll and the Sergeant at Arms will bring in the absent members.
Okay. Yep. The questions on the motion to reconsider or Mullery amendment?
Discussion is now open on the motion to reconsider the Mullery amendment. The amendment is 455. Any discussion? Member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had a long and detailed discussion on this amendment when it came up. The arguments, I think, are very well made. There's no reason to go ahead and do this. There's no reason for anybody on this floor to either change their votes or not. I mean, what this is going to do is allow lawbreakers to continue breaking the law. And that's what you're going to be voting for when you vote if you vote to change your mind on this bill. We shouldn't do that, members. We should vote no on the motion to reconsider. Representative Erickson, you did the right thing the first time. Be consistent, and let's make sure that we do the right thing here.
Member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I couldn't hear that you had called on me. Well, members, the motion before us is one to reconsider. And yesterday, I believe it was, there was a motion to go back from third reading because the Speaker had made a simple mistake. And you all on that side voted no. Couldn't go back, couldn't take back third reading, even though it's common practice to do so. Now here today, after a long debate, quite a long debate on an amendment, we have before us a motion to reconsider. No explanation's been given of why we should vote again, why we should rehash the same amendment, except, I guess, that somebody doesn't like the result. But we did, as a matter of how this body works, I think the author of the motion, at least, I'm not going to ask her to yield, but she hasn't given us any reason why we should reconsider other than presumably she doesn't like what happened. So, I think that this is pretty inconsistent, members, with what happened yesterday, which would have been a simple courtesy to allow the third reading to be taken back, go back to second reading for a member who had been overlooked while she was standing on the floor to be recognized. And now a member wants to redo a debate, an extensive debate. So I hope that we're going to at least hear some explanation of why we should vote for this motion to reconsider.
Calling the member from Cass, Representative Howes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm just a little bit miffed here with my bill. It's been public for quite some time. No one from the Department of Labor and Industry has come and talked to me about this bill. So this has really blindsided me, folks. So I think the Department of Labor and Industry needs to be a little bit more in touch with bills that pertain to them. I think we need to go ahead and reconsider this vote and talk about this in conference committee. Thank you, members.
Member from Cass, Representative Howes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I went out in the hallway to do some other errands, and I did bump into someone from the Department of Labor and Industry, and he said he wants the Mullery Amendment in there. Without it, they can't do their job. Just don't shoot the messenger. I'm just delivering you the message. They want the Mullery Amendment in the bill.
Member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I intended to vote no and voted yes. I was busy doing my research on the administrative rule part of this provision and misvoted, and that's why I'm asking for a reconsideration.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Scott, I believe you that you got blindsided by this. And it's, I can tell you, not the intention of anyone on this side of the aisle to blindside you with anything. This was caught late. This did not come up in data practices, nor did it come up in civil law. But it is an important enough issue that Representative Mullery brought it up and said, and did his research and found out, no, this is really important. This is a critical part of making sure that folks are held accountable for this. So, members, please retain your votes. Make sure that this amendment goes on. It is really important. It can still be negotiated in conference committee, and I'm sure Representative Scott will do a good job at that, all things considered, because I know that you want to make sure that people are held accountable so that our workers in Minnesota do receive a prevailing wage and are not undercut by out-of-state or foreign workers. So please vote. Make sure the amendment stays on, members.
Calling the member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, just to respond to Representative Erickson, who said that she would like this issue to continue to be considered in conference committee, the only way that can happen is to keep the Mullery Amendment in the bill. If the Mullery Amendment doesn't prevail, then that section is the same in both the House and the Senate bill, and it will not be discussed in conference committee. So your argument that it needs more discussion will be kept by keeping the bill as it is and not voting to reconsider.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Erickson explained her rationale for her motion as that she voted in error on the Mullery Amendment. Mason's Section 528 allows members to explain their votes and have that recorded in the journal. Would that be an alternative for Representative Erickson to explain her error rather than moving reconsideration of the entire amendment?
Representative Dabney, checking the House rules, we have a rule that supersedes Mason's on that point, and so it is in order. Her motion is in order. Seeing no Erickson moved that the vote whereby the Mullery Amendment to SF number 1143, the unofficial engrossment as amended, was adopted be now considered, and a roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll. Representative Peterson votes no. Members, we're under call. Representative Anderson votes aye.
Mr. Speaker? Okay. We'll wait till, gotta wait till the board. Who has not voted? Charbonneau? Right. Mr. Speaker? Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Thiessen, we're under call and we're waiting for...
It's relevant to the vote. We just don't see Representative Kiefer on the floor, and I see that she's voted. We're under call, so we're just wondering. Okay.
There she be.
Mr. Speaker, can we call it that the absentees be called in? I'd move that we have the absentee members who are not voting be called.
The clerk will call the absentees. The clerk will close the roll. Peterson S. is a no. There being 70 yeas and 63 nays, the motion to reconsider is adopted. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Mallory moving to amend Senate File 1143, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 455.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Mullery.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd ask for a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Mr. Speaker, members, this has been debated ad infinitum. It's a good chance that the whole bill will go down if this is not adopted. Very good chance. I really don't understand why people want to go and vote to help people cheat against the taxpayers of Minnesota. It doesn't seem logical to me, and it seems to be contrary to what the Republican Party claims is reform to cut government and cut wasted money. But if people want to vote for allowing the people to cheat the taxpayers of Minnesota, I guess they vote red on this.
Member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I just had a conversation with Representative McNamara, and he's working on some language that would clarify that Department of Labor and Industry would have access to this information for prevailing wage surveys. So we're working on that for those of you that have expressed concern with that issue. But to have this information completely public is not necessary.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Mr. Speaker, it would have been nice, first of all, to have that worked out before you offer the motion to reconsider. But that's just how this legislature works. The majority has the votes, and they're going to force through whatever they want, no matter if it hurts working people or not. And the fact of the matter is, members, this is not just a matter of the Department of Labor and Industry. We have people breaking the law all over this state, and the Department of Labor and Industry, because you've forced government to shrink so much, can't enforce it completely. We have other people that need to do this enforcement as well. There's people cheating in the state of Minnesota, and you are going to abet their cheating today by doing what you're doing. This is just the wrong direction to be going, members. Representative Scott, would you yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Thiessen.
Representative Scott, can you tell me, can you explain for me how the prevailing wage laws work in the state of Minnesota? But this is your bill. You're affecting those laws very substantially with this. Can you explain to us how those laws work in the state of Minnesota? And this really goes to your point that this is taking you all blindsided, that you're surprised by this. Well, first of all, I guess the question is, who is asking for this language to be put in the bill to begin with?
Member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Thiessen, no, I'm not going to give an explanation of how prevailing wage works in this state. This bill was vetted through our committee. We had 2 hearings, and this language was present in it. You have 3 members on your side of the aisle on that committee, and no one brought this to our attention.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Scott yield for another question?
She will yield. Representative Thiessen.
If she could, and I know I asked multiple questions. I guess the question is who brought this language forth, asked you to put this language in the bill?
Representative Scott.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Thiessen, I'd have to look back because this was from last year's language.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is there a way that you can look back and find out, was this ever introduced as a bill, or was this just added in, was this ever introduced as an independent bill, or was it just added as part of this omnibus bill? If she would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Scott.
Mr. Speaker, could you repeat the question, Representative Thiessen? I can't hear I can't hear you for some reason unless I have the headphones on.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the question is, was this language in Section 22 ever an independent bill, or was it just added into this omnibus bill? And if it was, if you could look back and maybe ask help with staff to find out who brought this language forward.
Representative Scott.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Thiessen, my understanding is that this was part of House File 2701, which is the House equivalent of this bill, and it was a separate bill. I'm sorry, my apologies. And Representative Holberg, I believe, brought it forward. It was voted on in committee, and no one objected.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you. Maybe Representative Holberg will yield then.
She will yield. Representative
Thank you.
Thiessen.
Representative Holberg, I was just wondering who brought this language forward to you.
Representative Holberg.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Thiessen, I do not recall.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess this is part of the question. Was there any, if Representative Scott will yield again?
She will yield. Representative
Thank you. During the committee process, was there any specific testimony about the need for this provision in the bill?
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Thiessen, this resulted out of an iPad advisory opinion, and yeah, I do remember. They said that in the advisory opinion from iPad, they said that information like this should be made public, and we thought that that didn't sound right, that an employee's private contact information shouldn't be made public. So that was why this was added. And again, it was voted on, and no one's eyebrows were raised.
Representative Thiessen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just so I understand, there was an opinion, maybe, and we don't know exactly when that opinion was issued, where someone had challenged this issue, and an advisory opinion was issued saying that this information and this advisory group that actually looks at these kind of issues actually came to the conclusion that it should be public, and for some reason you disagreed with it, or someone who brought this bill to you, maybe the people that lost in that appeal of the advisory opinion brought this information to you. I think I'm starting to understand how this appeal. So someone lost and came to the legislature asking for a fix, maybe because they're tired of, or maybe because they're afraid that they're going to get caught cheating, and this information is going to allow enforcement to find those folks that are actually cheating on their prevailing wage work. I think actually, in fact, that is the origin of this, is that people challenged the fact that people were concerned about the fact that they were actually succeeding in tracking down these prevailing wage cheaters, and so came to the Republican caucus, to the legislature, and said, let's try to fix this so we don't get caught in the future. And that's exactly, members, what we're going to be doing if we don't vote for Representative Mullery's amendment. This is the time right now that we come together and actually stand up for fairness, for honesty, for the rule of law, for making sure that people are playing on an even playing field, that the marketplace that we all want to work so effectively actually can work because people are playing by the same rules. This is a very fundamental issue. It's not just about the prevailing wage issue. This is about the kind of state that we're going to live in. Do we want to live in a state where people are playing by the rules, or do we want to live in a state where people with privilege can game the system? And I think we want in Minnesota to be a state where people are going to play by the rules, and those that don't play by the rules are caught and prosecuted. That's really what this amendment is about, members, and I hope that we can see our way to do the right, to do the Minnesota thing, and vote for the Mullery amendment.
Member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker, and as staff is reminding me here, this was in the result of Dakota County actually challenged that administrative opinion, and they had redacted the private information because they didn't feel like it was something that should be made public. So I think to have peace in the valley on this, I think we need to look at the McNamara amendment. I think it will do what is needed to be done and would satisfy both sides of the aisle. This, just for the record, for Representative Thiessen, this was not some Republican conspiracy to change prevailing wage, as he alluded. This was a very, I thought, very good piece of legislation to make private information on private individuals.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Scott, the plain fact is I've worked on all of this prevailing wage enforcement going back to 2006. We've had a lot of changes in the meantime, adapting to similar to what DOT was doing. They were already doing things like this. Now we have it in the agencies. What you're doing is exactly what Representative Thiessen said. You're allowing companies to get by with fraud against the taxpayers of Minnesota if you do this. Representative McNamara's language has absolutely no good on that. First of all, giving it to labor and industry wouldn't help because it doesn't even go there. But second of all, the agencies need other people helping them. And that's what this is all about. If you're for, once again, if you're for defrauding the taxpayers of Minnesota, you work against my amendment. Otherwise, you vote for it.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, members, we've asked for public-private partnerships in many aspects of government. We can't do a public-private partnership with prevailing wage enforcement, whether it's our friends or not our friends, on either side of the aisle, unless we have open information, unless you can contact Joe Smith and say, you were listed on this certified through the U.S. mail employment record, wage record. Unless you can contact him or her and say, did you get paid this? Because this is what you were supposed to get paid. You were supposed to get $15.65 an hour. Did you get $15.65 an hour? Because if I go as a concerned citizen, as a concerned contractor, if I go to my competition, do you think they're going to give me a name and address? Absolutely not. They would not do that in a heartbeat. So unless there's open information, unless there's a way to contact the employee to certify that certified payroll is truthful, our prevailing wage laws have no meaning. And shared with government contracting agencies, it's not a contract. We don't pay people to do that. It's in their financial interest to do it, but we don't contract with competitors, between competitors, to make sure they're checking up and making sure that the wages are paid correctly. That's something that they do against each other. I think it's called competition. That's what we're trying to do here. So, members, if this goes on, or does not go on, Representative Mullery's amendment does not go on, you will shut down how we check to make sure people are following the law. And we will have all sorts of underreporting. There was a concern a few years ago with independent contractors not getting paid, not being covered by OSHA, not getting unemployment insurance, and we fixed that. We fixed that with and in part by this, having the competitors check up on each other. We will not be able to do that if we do not put Mullery's amendment on, because we do not have the staff at the Department of Labor and Industry, which gets much of this information and is charged with enforcing prevailing wage laws. We have cut. I know on one of the committees I sat about 4 years ago, we put 6 members, 6 new employees into that particular group, into that agency. And 2 years ago, we cut those six employees. So there's no one to do this. So it's the wild, wild west if we do not put Mullery's amendment on. So members, please put a green vote up on the board for Representative Mullery's amendment.
Calling the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would Representative Mahoney yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you. Representative Mahoney, you mentioned that letters of verification are sent out to people to verify that they made what they said was made. And who sends out those notification letters?
Representative Mahoney.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Scott, members, they can be sent out by anyone with this information. So, if you have a union or a non-union company that has bid on a public project, they have access to these certified through the U.S. mail, because then it becomes a federal offense, certified through the federal mail employment and wage records. So, Tom's contracting and John's contracting check on each other. Sometimes it is labor organizations. Sometimes it is agencies that deal with the poor to make sure that undereducated or people who do not speak English as a first language are getting their fair wages. So it is almost anyone can send that letter. Now, if I get one of those letters, I don't have to answer it. And quite often those letters are not answered. But if I see on that letter that says, Tim Mahoney, you were supposed to be making $15.65, and I was only getting paid $10 an hour, and there's a way I could make, I guess $5 more an hour for the 100 hours or the 1,000 hours I work, I'm probably going to reply to that letter. But some people will not. So you have to have options to contact as many people as possible to start making a pattern. That contractor John over here is doing something illegal. So then you can actually get people to start investigating, because you have to get to a level in order to bring state and federal charges against the contractor that's doing something wrong.
Representative Scott. Representative from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is really about how we spend and account for the public's money. Whether it's a publicly financed project at the county level or by a school district or a municipality or a publicly funded economic development agency or state government in bonding bills or other projects where public money is being spent on a public purpose. It really is common sense that the public ought to know that it is getting out of its public dollar what it expects to get. And information on wages and benefits paid to private entities doing public work with public taxpayers' money, to me, just makes sense. And in order to verify that public money is being spent on public purposes in the public interest, from time to time, when there is an allegation by a private entity that another private entity is not in compliance with the statute, you need to have information. You need to be able to verify. And verifying wages paid just makes sense. That's what this is about, and I believe it trumps all of the other values, good values that you hold, Representative Holberg, that the verification of how public dollars are spent, public tax dollars are spent, is of the higher order. And so please support and vote for the Mullery Amendment.
Member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Anzelk, there's a happy medium. Right now, this information is available to every single Tom, Dick, Harry, Sue, Jane, and Melissa. Okay? They can all get it. We heard concerns an hour ago about the DNR data. Could businesses get information, get this information of license holders to sell them things? Right now, if you are an employer of a subcontractor or a contractor, any entity can go get those lists. They are public. So there's a happy medium. Representative McNamara is working on some language that would allow disclosure for the purposes that you have outlined. But it makes no sense for this one employee group to have all of their information available to the public for any reason whatsoever. That is wrong. And in fact, many people were quite amazed when the courts made that determination. So I think we can get to a happy medium, but completely making no change at all allows the opposite end to occur, and that there are no privacy protections for this particular class of workers in the state of Minnesota. That too is wrong.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Holberg, the status quo is actually the happy medium already. There's one group of employees that you haven't talked about, and that is public employees. And it isn't just their home address and phone numbers that are made available to the public. If you're a public employee, your salary information is also made public. So everyone in the state, every taxpayer can know what every single public employee is making, whether they're a state employee, whether they work at a school district, a county, the University of Minnesota, MNSCU, and the newspapers take that information and they publish it online, so it's readily and easily available. In addition, we have requirements for every single contractor to disclose all of their contracting information for any state contract that they have that's readily available online. And so we have extensive and detailed information about public employees that are made available to the public. Here we're talking about contractors, people who are not public employees, instances where we choose to contract for work instead of doing it ourselves, and the only thing that we're requiring is that the people who are contracting the work provide an address for a contact. That's far removed from actually publishing salary information for all these people. That is the happy medium. That's the in-between spot. What we do now is the in-between spot. Plus, on top of that, it has the very good purpose of allowing us to enforce the prevailing wage requirements. So Representative Holberg, what you're doing is dialing us back to a different extreme to say that public employees are subject to extreme scrutiny of information, but as long as you are work for a contractor, you should be protected entirely, and that is not fair. This is more limited than what public employees have to disclose. It's a better deal for them, and it's a reasonable reason for doing so. It's not an invasion of privacy. It's a happy medium, and we should stick with what we're doing and adopt the Mullery Amendment.
Member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, those of you that have your computers and want to look, Chapter 13.43, Personnel Data, you will not see the home address or home email of public employees as public information. It's very prescriptive as to what is public. And you're right, how much they make is public, and it should be, because it's being paid for by tax dollars. But we do not give out home email addresses, home street addresses of public employees. We fixed that years ago. They do have to provide work contact information. But this is that one little area that has never been fixed. And I think with an amendment that Representative Mullery and McNamara are working on, we're going to be able to fix this one too.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Nilsson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I understand there's an amendment being worked on, but if that amendment isn't put on, the language that's in here currently is problematic. And as was said here, these people, we talked about the people and public employees that are getting their wages paid by taxpayer dollars. These are private employees whose wages are being paid through taxpayer dollars. These are the people that are working for the contractors that are doing the public work that we contract out, whether it's a city, whether it's a school board, whether it's the state of Minnesota, whether it's the highway department. These people are contracting out and they're getting paid by our public dollars. And we have laws in place that say they have to be paid a prevailing wage. Those laws are put in effect many years ago, I believe back before the World War II, but they were put in place to protect the public dollar so that people couldn't come up from someplace else, underbid our local employers who are employing our local people, who are paying the taxes for the project so that they have a fair shot at getting that work. That's what this is about. I have an email in my box here today that came from somebody who was a big bill that was voted on last night in government operations, and this person was happy that it went down, and saying that he sees projects all over his city that people are being paid, and all out-of-state contractors, which I think is a bit of bunk, but that's a concern that people have. I'm paying taxpayer dollars for this project. I want to make sure my local people get the work, because when the local people get the work, they take their dollars and they put it in the local economy and they help our state economy out. That's what prevailing wage is about, is to make sure those people get paid locally. I hope to see an amendment that I can vote for, but if it's not, I think we need to keep the Mullery Amendment on. It would go to conference. Ours would be different from the Senate. We could get it worked out. But right now, if that Mullery's amendment does not go on, and we don't have a compromised language, I'm going to be walking to the governor's office and saying, when this bill comes to your desk, Governor, please veto it, because this is bad language and this is bad for the state of Minnesota.
Call on the member from Hennepin, Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would withdraw the 455 amendment.
Representative Mullery withdraws the 455 amendment. And there's a new amendment that
Yes,
Representative
Mr.
Mullery's
Speaker,
offered.
I would offer instead the 463 amendment signed by Mullery and McNamara.
Mullery and McNamara moving to amend Senate File 1143, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 463.
Representative Mullery, you can start to explain the bill. We're waiting for copies to come down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's the intent of both of the authors of this amendment to keep the present effect of prevailing wage enforcement into effect just as they've been doing it, and having the certified payroll come in certain people who do try and help the state on prevailing wage enforcement would be allowed to look at it, do the things that are done. But as Representative McNamara pointed out, the language that was requested would cover a lot of things beyond prevailing wage. We're only trying to protect the present type of prevailing wage enforcement. We weren't trying to get at a lot of other information becoming public, and I think that was the concern of Representative McNamara.
Member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I apologize for speaking to an amendment that you don't actually have completely at your desk, but maybe I can just address the gist of it. If you were to look at my first draft of the amendment, which you have at your desk, we're deleting the part that may be shared with government contracting agencies and putting in shall be disclosed. And I see it's just going to be passed out, so you'll have it by the time I get done talking. I think it's important to know Representative Scott's bill deals with a lot of things, and as folks know around here, when you get down towards the end, sometimes all of a sudden, and thank you, Representative Mulry, I believe it was in caucus today, you caught, at your caucus, not at mine, you were in yours, you caught that this could pertain to prevailing wage law and the need to have accurate information. And where we're concerned about private data and who might get it and what they might do with that, I think we're all concerned about that. Fortunately, we need accurate data for the prevailing wage rate work, and the contracting agencies need to be able to be sure that the people put on the form are actually who they say they are, and some unscrupulous contractor or person may just invent some names and addresses and numbers. We wouldn't want that to happen. So the amendment that's being passed out says that shall be disclosed. So the first part of Representative Scott's bill is still there, but then we insert on page 8, line 23, as the Mulry amendment says, before the period insert, that shall be disclosed for prevailing wage law enforcement purposes. So members, I think this keeps intact a very important current law, and we can have a discussion in regards to prevailing wage. That's a different discussion for a different day, but for the current way to go forward, we have to have accurate data. So please vote green on the Mulry amendment.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative McNamara and Representative Mulry, for working on this. This is better, and I support what this being put on it. This gives me comfort. Again, this is all about making sure that the people, we're not setting up a way for people to get around our laws. This will help in the enforcement of prevailing wage, so I support the amendment. Please vote green.
Member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, when I voted the wrong way on the original amendment, I was studying the Minnesota Administrative Rules, and so I find this discussion rather conflicting, because in rule, the Department of Administration, or any department that has a contract for which prevailing wage is paid, must conduct a survey. And in that survey, the information they collect is that which we're talking about here, except for the fact that it does not include addresses of the employees. But the report must list the name and address of the contractor, the name of the project, the location, a description of the project, identifying project numbers, a description of the work performed, the approximate dollar cost of the project, the names of employees who worked 8 hours or more on a highway or heavy or commercial project or other state project, together with the class of labor, etc., plus the hourly cost of fringe benefits, the rate paid each employee. So I think because this is in rule, and the information can be garnered by labor and industry, that what we have done here in trying to change the original piece in Representative Scott's bill, it still confuses me, because I think every department has access to this information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank Representative Mullery and Representative McNamara for reaching this compromise language. I think it's a really good amendment, and they have, just wanted to let you know that Representative McNamara did talk to someone from the Department of Labor Industry, and they're fine with this language. If something should change and they figure there's some unintended consequences, we will revisit this in conference committee. But I do want to, just say one more thing, and that's, the language that we had in our bill was given to us by the Department of Administration. So again, I guess maybe that wasn't well thought out, but again, folks, I would urge everyone to vote yes on this amendment.
Member from Itasca, Representative Van Zelen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just 2 quick points. I also want to extend my thanks to Representatives McNamara and Mullery for their compromise language. I think it works. And lastly, the survey instrument that Representative Erickson alluded to in her testimony here on the floor pertains only to the methodology that agencies of state government use to compute what the prevailing rate of pay is for various counties and MnDOT districts throughout the state. It does not pertain to enforcement actions that are brought about by private contractors looking for information in order to achieve compliance on prevailing rate. Vote for the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, and members, a roll call was requested on the motion that was withdrawn, but there is no roll call on this. So, seeing no further discussion, all in favor of this amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Motion carried. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1143 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion on third reading. Member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Holberg moves that the call of the House be lifted. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The call is lifted. Member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for indulging through the afternoon here on this, what turned out to be a rather, I guess, cantankerous bill that was not meant to be. So I just urge a green vote on this, on the data privacy omnibus bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the bill, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 yeas and 1 nay, the bill is passed as amended and title agreed to. Go to the... Yep. The next bill on the calendar of day will be reported by the clerk.
Senate File 1123, number 3 on the supplemental calendar, an act relating to public safety.
We'll call on the member from Ramsey, Representative McFarlane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, under current law, a criminal gang that continuously or regularly engages in gang activity is considered a public nuisance. A prosecutor must seek, and a court may enter an order enjoining persons from engaging in gang activity. Senate File 1123 expands the list of offenses that constitute gang activity to include unlawful possession of a firearm by a minor who is known to be a gang member. This bill was brought forward by Ramsey County Attorney John Choi and is supported by the law enforcement community, cities, and public event organizers who have had trouble with gang activity. I also want to thank Representative Lesch for carrying this bill in the past. This bill provides an expansion of the criminal gang injunction law passed in 2009. This new language would close a loophole exploited by some adult gang members who use younger members to hold their firearms as a means of avoiding additional charges. Just to clarify, youth legally carrying a firearm for hunting or target practice would not be affected by this change. I hope you'll support Senate File 1123.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1123.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. The member from Ramsey, Representative Lesch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a good bill. You may recall that Ramsey County Attorney John Choi worked hard on this issue when we originally began the work on gangs, and this is a good addition by the representative. So please vote yes.
Further discussion to the bill. See no discussion, the clerk will give the bill. The clerk will call the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed and title agreed to. The next bill on the day, clerk will report.
Senate File 1073, number 13, on the supplemental calendar for today, unofficially engrossed and reprinted for the House to include committee amendments, an act relating to education.
We'll call on the author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative McFarlane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't this nice to have non-controversial bills for a change? Senate File 1073 is a recommendation of the Governor's Workforce Development Council intended to keep secondary students from needing remedial courses. The Governor's Workforce Development Council includes representation from business, labor, education, and the legislature. In their recommendation number 11 from their All Hands on Deck report, it strongly encourages, not mandates, that school districts assist all students no later than 9th grade to explore their college and career interests and develop a plan for transition to career or higher education. Again, this bill is not a mandate. On lines 2.20 to 2.24, you'll see that school districts are encouraged to seek and use revenue and in-kind contributions from non-state sources and to seek administrative cost savings through innovative local funding arrangements. Also in Section 2 that was added in the Senate, it strongly encourages school districts to have an adequate student-to-counselor ratio for its students beginning in 2015 to 16 school year and later. Why should you support this? According to the report, 70% of the Minnesota jobs will require some form of post-secondary education by 2018. We know that students that know their opportunities and options will have the tools to be successful. To find out what they like, what they would like to to do will save the state money, parents' money, and students' money by not going through a mediation. It will give them the information to make good decisions. I would hope that you would support Senate File 1073.
There are no amendments at the desk, so the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1073.
Third reading. Discussion to third reading. Representative Tilbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really would like to applaud your efforts, Representative McFarlane, as you worked on this and gave some good recognition for school counselors as they're the qualified people to take care of students as we work through these graduation plans. So I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Quam votes no. There being 128 yeas and 6 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to.
He switched.
The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2527. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2527, number 9 on the calendar for today, an act relating to state government.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Mazorol, to your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House File 2527 is proposed by the Uniform Laws Commissioners. This is known as the Uniform Electronic Legal Materials Act, and it provides for an official electronic version of a record to be maintained by the reviser of statutes. And that would be an official record specifically of the Minnesota Constitution, Minnesota statutes, Minnesota laws, and Minnesota rules. This bill has been proposed by the Uniform Laws Commissioners. It's been reviewed by the Minnesota State Bar Association, which has not supported nor objected to it. The reviser, being the official publisher, will have responsibility to authenticate records, preserve them, secure them, and make them reasonably available to the public so that they can be used as the official public record.
Discussion. Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2527.
Third reading. To the bill, the lady from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm a co-author of the bill. It's a good bill. Please vote green.
Discussion. Clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 133 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2821. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2821, number 12 on the supplemental calendar, the first engrossment, an act relating to redistricting.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What this piece of legislation does is it makes 2 fixes to the court issue plan that was just issued in February. The first portion fixes an area of Edina. What happened is the courts, when they were drawing their plan, they divided an actual senior housing complex, the building itself, in half. So half of the residents in the same building are in one legislative district and the other are in a different legislative district. So we fixed that by adjusting the boundary line to reflect that. This is actually something that happened 10 years ago too, unfortunately, and the court made the same mistake again this decade. In the past, the legislature had to make the same fix, and we're making that fix here today as well. The other fix that we have within this piece of legislation is dealing with Stillwater Township. When the court drew their plan, they abandoned 12 people in the township and put them in a different area. What we're saying is instead of the township having to incur the costs of having those 12 people separate from the rest of the township, we're incorporating them into the entire Stillwater Township. So we're making those 2 fixes to this, and that's about it.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend House File 2821. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
The lady from Hennepin, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this amendment does is it accepts the Senate language when it's dealing with the district in Edina. And it's just to match up with the Senate so we can get this proceeding in a more in a faster fashion. So that's all that this is to have the language match the Senate so we can get this done faster.
Discussion to the A2 amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its 3rd reading as amended.
3rd reading, House File 2821 as amended.
3rd reading as amended. Discussion, the gentleman from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and will Representative Anderson yield, please?
The lady from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Crow Wing.
Representative Anderson, I've talked to you before about a situation in Brainerd that we had. And Representative Anderson, would you please tell me in the body that, the situation in Stillwater, what was the problem with the situation in Stillwater?
The lady from Hennepin, Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Ward, in Stillwater, what they did, you have the Stillwater Township. And when the courts drew the line, they drew it by splitting the township. And by doing that, they have 12 people that are separate from the rest of the township. So now this would require the township to have a separate election, judges, and so forth for just these 12 people. So what we're doing is we're putting those 12 people back with the rest of the township. It doesn't impact the deviation or any of those kind of issues, and it makes it easier for the township, and this is a request made by them.
The gentleman from Crow Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Anderson. Representative Anderson, this is the same situation that was occurred in the Brainerd area as well. And the Brainerd city officials, except the difference was there was 11 people and not 12 people. But it does cause a hardship, just like you indicated, within the city of Stillwater, but also within the city of Brainerd, to set up a separate precinct with a higher cost for election judges, for the precinct, for running the election, all of the above. And so, Representative Anderson, would you yield again, please?
The lady will yield. The gentleman from Crow Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anderson, why then, with these identical problems in Stillwater and Brainerd, why then is the Stillwater problem the only one that was taken care of and not the Brainerd one?
The lady from Hennepin, Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Ward, if you'll remember in the conversation that we had, and I wish I had the visual example for you because it'd be easier to understand, but you had the lake, and on this side of the lake, you had the 11 people. And in order for us to grab those 11 people, you also have to grab everything else that is part of that census block and that's contiguous as well. And then you would be picking up, there was a little pocket of 6 people here and 3 people here. And what it would result in is either you're splitting the city or you're splitting the township. So we wouldn't have been able to resolve your issue without making another person a win-lose situation. In the fix that we're making for Stillwater Township, it's a win-win. In your situation, we're either making the township unhappy or we're making the city unhappy. So I wasn't able to do it in a way that it was a win-win for everybody. And that's why we weren't able to make the change. And 2 members, just so you know, on the Stillwater Township and on the Edina portion, this was all requested from the Secretary of State's office to make these changes as well.
Gentleman from Crow Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Anderson, thank you for that answer. And then also, I'm glad you brought up the Secretary of State's communication from the Secretary of State's office regarding this issue, because I'm holding it in my hand, members, and I was going to pass this out, but then I decided that we've had enough trees cut down. So it is an email from the Secretary of State office, Representative Anderson, that you're very familiar with, sent to your redistricting staff to talk about the situations in Stillwater and the other Edina situation. And on that same email, and follow-up email, Representative Anderson, from the Secretary of State, there was a follow-up email that says the City of Brainerd has led us to a 3rd instance of a redistricting correction that would need legislation action to fix. You know, the redistricting staff from the DFL, as I've been told, has never received this information, never was passed on this information. So members, you know, one area gets fixed and another area doesn't get fixed, and an area that you know, also has significant cost to it, an area that has significant high unemployment, an area that has significant high property taxes, and Representative Anderson, I still don't understand the situation. I understand the explanation you gave, but I still don't understand the explanation, the result that could have determined putting those people back in that same precinct they came from, to help both bodies, to help both cities. So this email that wasn't passed on about to different staffs in the House, it just appears to me, Representative Anderson, that, you know, we take care of some and we don't take care of others, and that bothers me. That concerns me as somebody that tries to work. All of us that try to work across the aisle and bipartisanly. So, members, I just. You know, I can't support the proposal in front of us because I still have a situation in my district that is going to cost my citizens more, and yet it's taken care of in another district. So, members, I'd encourage you to vote red. Thank you.
Discussion to the bill. The lady from Hennepin, Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Ward. As I discussed with you and also discussed with your officials in your area, I don't recall the email that you're referring to, but on this issue, there is no way for us to make the change that you're requesting without either splitting the township or splitting the city. I can't make both of them whole, and it's because of how the census blocks are drawn, and we as a state have no control over the census blocks. That is all determined on the federal level by the U.S. Census Bureau. If I could make the change that you're requesting without harming either the township or the city, I would have done it in a heartbeat. This is not a partisan issue. As I explained to you and I explained to your officials up in your area, and they completely understood where I was coming from when I had the conversation with them, there was no way to fix it without either the township being split or the city being split. So either way, you wouldn't be able to solve it unless unless we were to say to the courts, we're going to go in and we're going to completely redraw the entire state of Minnesota and have a map passed that way. And given the situation that preceded this and the maps that we had prior to this and the fact that they were vetoed by the governor, I didn't think it would be wise to go in and redraft the entire redistricting map. But again, if I could have made this by making both whole, I would have done it in a heartbeat, but it's not possible. Either you're going to be splitting the township or you're going to be splitting the city. And your city officials and your folks up there, they understood that. So members, I encourage you to vote yes. When we've made these fixes in the past, they have passed on a bipartisan basis. I know the Edina fix that we made 10 years ago, that passed 125 to 0. So I encourage you to support this and help these folks out.
Discussion to the bill as amended. The lady from St. Louis, Representative Murphy M.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I think what Representative Anderson just said, that this is not a partisan bill, is absolutely correct. We've made fixes in the past, and this fixes instances that have been brought to her attention by the Secretary of State and were made public to the redistricting committee in total at the meeting that was held in March. And so we all got to hear about them. But I'm going to vote no, even though the redistricting committee was so patient with my questions the night of the meeting. And I got most of my questions answered, but more on a philosophical principles and divisions. I can't give this bill my wholehearted support today because I don't know what the unintended consequences are. And because it affects people and people's decisions. We're 2/3 of the way through the partisan party part of our endorsing conventions and our announcements. Yes, I'm going to run in new District 3B and old District 6B is gone. So you new people, please vote for me because the old people thought I was okay. Or, no, I'm not going to run. But the people out there, they're not into the party politic part so much unless they were thinking about running. And in both cases, in the Stillwater case and in the Edina Richfield case, the senior housing, somebody might have been thinking about running. But now today we're going to change that. Well, not today, but through the process. And so maybe next week it'll be too late for them because their endorsing convention was last week for whatever district they're going to belong into. And sure, at the meeting I think I was told there were 240 people affected in the District 49A, 49B situation. Today I was told that's 179. But still, one of the 179 might want to be, or might have wanted to be. And we're saying no. And this isn't exactly like what's been done all the years before when redistricting has taken place. The corrections bill in the past has taken place after the election cycle was all over in the next legislative session. In the next legislative session, I'll bet, because of the election experience of all the people being involved with finding out who votes where, and all the city clerks and all the township clerks and the county auditors, they're going to come up with some more. Changes that are going to come before us. City Clerk Magnan put into the record in October 14th, in writing to the court panel, saying, don't do to us this time what you did to us last time. But in the 49A and 49B situation, two different courts, two courts made the same decision, even though the court, the testimony was given, and this year's court listened throughout the state, in every congressional district. And in every congressional district, we have proof that the court listened to the testimony that was given. And this was testimony given to the court about District 49A, 49B fix. And the court didn't accede to that. The court went back and did what the previous court had done. Why? Why? I don't know, but I suspect it was because in those 20 years, nothing's been done about the school districts. They followed, the court map shows that they followed school district lines. In all that time, no one tried to fix the school district lines to make it easier for the city to run their election. I don't know if that's a good fix or not, but I don't know that this is either, when two different courts have followed the same pattern. And because the legislature fixed it last time, after the election, should we be fixing it this time before the election? What are the unintended consequences? I don't know. Maybe the representatives from the area or the representatives who hope to be from the area have a better fix on it than I do, because I sure don't. But I know it would be confusing to people if some people on one side of the hall vote in one place and the people on the other side of the hall vote in another, or people on the east wing vote one place and the people on the west wing vote another. But why isn't there a problem for the school districts? When the school district election comes, it's not in the same year, I understand. But there's two different school districts represented in that area. And even more, we should be concerned because it's a financial issue. There's a winner and losers. Do both school districts, do the people in that domicile pay the same school district taxes Does one school district have a higher tax than the other? Is that reflected in their rent? I don't know, because I don't know the unintended consequence. But I know that the city clerk wrote the letter because it had a financial interest for the city to have less confusion on the voting place. I think we should wait to correct what the court has ordered. Until we've had the election under the maps that the court has ordered. And that would be in 2013. Unintended consequences, what are they?
Discussion. Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Murphy raised actually a couple of really good points, and this is in my district, and I chose not to really engage in the discussions around the possible fix because I wanted whatever to come out of it to be truly a technical fix that was a positive one for the city clerk in Edina. And just a real quick history, that school district line predated the construction of an apartment complex, and not only does it bisect hallways and wings, it actually literally goes right through apartment units. So depending on which bedroom you sleep in, you're voting in one area or the other. When the court 10 years ago made the decision to run the district line through it, it created such a headache during the presidential year and the volume of traffic that they had to try and sort out at the polling location, that the fix was made after that presidential election 10 years ago. And now that they have the mechanics down for the school district election and the mechanics down for how they run their presidential and general elections, their strong preference is just to leave their local operation the same. It keeps that entire building in one district for the general elections at the state and federal level. So this was very much strongly the recommendation of our city clerk. I stayed out of it. I don't think there's been anything even close to political. It is truly a technical change, and as much as some of us might want to go back and rethink the way the court drew our overall boundaries, we can't do that. So here's one technical fix that can make the life of the election folks in my district that much easier and make it consistent with past history. So I'd support this very much and urge a green vote.
Discussion. Clerk will take the roll on the bill as amended. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. Con votes no, there being 77 ayes and 55 nays. The bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2224. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2224, the second engrossment, an act relating to unemployment insurance.
The gentleman from Martin, Representative Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the ever-exciting UI bill. And if we aren't in federal conformity, Minnesota could lose up to $750 million. This bill brings us into federal conformity. And the people that are on the UI Advisory Council are Representative Mark Murdock, Tim Mahoney, and Representative Carly Mellon, and she's and myself. And the amount Minnesota is in UI debt will be paid up in June. Wisconsin, our neighboring state, is paying interest for at least $1.5 billion. So compared to other states like Wisconsin, we're in great shape. And the rest of the bill is technical changes from the bipartisan UI task force. So I'll stand for any questions.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2224.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Peterson B. votes aye. There being 131 ayes and 2 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2334. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2334, number 4 on the calendar for the day, the first engrossment, an act relating to lobbying.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a vote that I think will bring more transparency to campaign reporting. Basically, it amends the manner in which companies and organizations report their costs for lobbying each year. Currently, in the annual report of lobbyist principal, the companies report one single number, and it's the total number for all lobbying that they do, including lobbying legislature, lobbying local governments, or administrative lobbying. But for public utilities, they also have extra costs that are included in that single number. Those costs include rate cases, certificates of need, and routing and siting proceedings. So this bill doesn't really allow one to compare things to an apples-to-apples basis. So what this bill does is it still requires utilities to report those utility-specific expenditures, just not in the same lump sum. That pretty much explains the bill, and I hope I can count on your support.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler, moving to amend Senate File 2334, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 446.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pepin, your bill coming out of committee and in committee was not controversial, and I worked with the drafters of it because I thought it was a reasonable change to make. And the amendment, the 446 amendment, adds some additional transparency to lobbying reporting, which is the stated purpose of the underlying bill. I think it makes sense. Members, what this does is expand the definition of lobbying to include people who try to develop model legislation and distribute that model legislation at the legislature, and then who educate people about that model legislation by paying for trips to conferences and so forth. The idea is not to prohibit this. The idea is to be clear that if you are developing model legislation and you are educating people by paying them for trips to conferences and so forth, those should just be reported as lobbying expenses. I mean, that's what it is. It's trying to convince the legislature to pass a certain kind of bill by providing education about the bill. That's the essence of lobbying. It requires that the scholarship funds, for example, include the funds that were made available and who received them. So we just have a better understanding of these organizations that are developing model legislation, trying to get them passed, and trying to educate us on the merits of those. That's the essence of lobbying, and so I would urge your support in the 446 amendment, and I would hope that the author would take the amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Winkler yield for question?
The gentleman from Hennepin will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
Representative Winkler, I presume this applies to ALEC. Does it also include Council of State Governments, NCSL, WIG, those organizations as well? Or maybe you could list off the organizations that would be affected by this.
The gentleman from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin, I don't know all the organizations that would be affected by this. You mentioned ALEC. I just read in the news today that ALEC has stopped trying to pass model legislation related to elections and related to guns and other things. And they seem to be curtailing their activity, I think in part because a number of their major corporate sponsors have withdrawn support. So I don't know if ALEC would be affected by this or not. I don't know if NCSL or CSG or ABC, XYZ, I don't know who would be affected by this legislation. All it says is if you are trying to pass model legislation and you invite legislators to a conference in order to, and pay for their trip in order to influence, or not influence, but to educate them about that legislation, that is the essence of lobbying, and it should be reported. So I don't know who all is doing it. I don't know if anyone's doing it. But if anyone is doing it, they're trying to influence the legislative process, and the money that they're spending to do that should be disclosed. It's pretty simple transparency for lobbyist expenditure. But yeah, Mr. Speaker, I guess I'll request a roll call. I'm not sure if the author will accept the amendment or not.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The lady from Hennepin.
I don't see Representative Kahn on the floor. I wonder if she's not available. I was going to have her yield to a question. I was wondering if Representative Kahn would yield to a question.
Representative Kahn will yield to a question. The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you. Representative Kahn, how would this affect the women in government and the national, I think it's the NCWL, women legislators? If you could let me know how that would affect
the lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
I am not sure. I can't remember of specific examples that Women in Government has done of model legislation. And isn't this just a requirement for disclosure? I believe that Women in Government has a pretty complete disclosure requirements. And I believe, and I'm certainly sure, I certainly know they do on the bottom, the list of all scholarship friends, I'm pretty sure that they do that. I don't know. I don't think it would negatively affect them, but I'd certainly, and specifically, if it would affect them in terms of the issue of disclosure, I would think it would be a good idea if for some reason they don't follow the disclosure requirements that we have in the state. I would think that that would be a good idea. So I don't see any reason to object to it, but thank you for bringing it to my attention, and I'll certainly bring it to their attention too.
Lady from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I think that's part of the problem. We don't know exactly how it would affect organizations. I'm not sure if there'd be added costs for women in government, NCWL, some of these groups. And for that reason, I don't think we really know the extent of this. I would ask members to vote this amendment down at this time.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, Representative Winkler, I don't know that I have a huge problem with some of the intent of the bill, but I join Representative Pepin in urging a no vote. You know, the National Association of State Chief Information Officers meets, and they produce a lot of output, some of which we've relied on to form our legislation around the back office IT consolidation. The Secretaries of State meet, CPAs meet, Council of Nonprofit meets, law firms. I mean, who this would include is just so nebulous. I think if you want to point out ALEC, maybe you should just amend your bill and call out ALEC. But as it's written, it's just way too broad, and I don't think we can constrain that many people from bringing forward model legislation that's very helpful to our process here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Dakota, Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge members to vote against this amendment for similar reasons to Representative Downey. This language is completely nebulous and overbroad and vague. Model legislation is not well defined. It seems a bit circular. Changing the definition of lobbyist to include people that just attempt to influence the adoption of model legislation, that could mean just about anything. So a person that goes onto the ALEC website or onto the CSG website or NCSL website or any numerous other organization that provides model legislation and then reposts that to another website of their own, could that be a person that is engaging in lobbying activity? Maybe, perhaps it could be. It's unclear from this language, so I would urge members to vote against this amendment.
The lady from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And boy, there sure is a lot of consternation about this. You know, this isn't stopping anybody from doing anything. All it is disclosure. And, you know, anytime you pass anything like this, any new disclosure rules, there's always a little bit of uncertainty in the beginning. And you know, we have our campaign finance board that polices lobbyists, and I think this is a great idea. In fact, you know, I think we could even go further, because frankly I've been concerned for some time about the free trips, and it's bipartisanly people take these trips. And you know, we talk about Congress, and everybody here loves to hate Congress often, again bipartisanly. But one of the things that citizens hate about Congress is that they look and they say, oh, look at all the trips. You know, the famous or the infamous golfing trips to Scotland that are being paid for by people who have business before the body. And, you know, we're not stopping any of that. We're not stopping these trips. Nobody's saying it's improper for somebody to give us a scholarship to go here or there to, you know, some beautiful place to talk about some legislative thing, although I think Representative Winkler could even go further and actually ban that. You know, I don't personally think that would be such a bad idea, but he's not trying to do that. All he's trying to do is get a little disclosure here, get a little sunshine on this practice. And I don't know why members should be nervous about that. Who's it going to hurt? And if women in government needs to disclose, let them disclose. You know, no matter who they are. If NCSL needs to disclose, if they've got money coming from someplace that they're using for scholarships, let them tell us. What's the problem? You know, we want the sunshine to come in, and this affects us, and it affects any legislators into the future. So I think this is simple, good government, members, and I think there's no reason for all the nervousness around this. If people are coming in and doing this, let the public know about it.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if Representative Downey would yield to a question.
The gentleman from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Representative Downey, I also attended once I think I've done one conference since I've been here. It wasn't terribly excited, frankly. The National Association of State Information Officers. I went there. It's Seattle, and I can't remember what year it was. But anyway, when I was there was no model legislation that the state IT officers were trying to push. I mean, we shared ideas, and there were panel discussions and so forth, but there was no model bill. There was no piece of legislation that they were pushing as something that we should all adopt nationwide in every state. But I wonder if maybe your experience is different. Was there a NASIO model bill that you worked on at some point?
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, I actually have very intentionally not joined any professional associations. I'm not real interested in being a professional legislator, so I don't go to any of that stuff. I did, back in my consulting days, attend the National Association of Secretaries of State at the point that they were all implementing the Help America Vote Act, and there was a lot of state plans, and I don't know if you'd call it model legislation, but clearly a lot of best practices that were being shared. I think when you look at the state budget officers and the state CIOs and even our commissioners of administration just attending their conferences, passing their bills back and forth, I just think what you're opening up is a bit of an expansive definition here. I actually share some of your concerns that people who are actually lobbying through other means probably should register as lobbyists here in the state, and actually I'd be glad to work with you on this. I just think what you've got here could literally have all of our commissioners and everybody else and the National Association of Nonprofits having to register as lobbyists, and I think it's just a little expansive at this point.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So far, the only arguments I've heard against this amendment is that it could have too much sunlight. It could have the unintended consequence of the public having too much information about who's spending money to influence government. And wouldn't that be a terrible thing? It's vague, and so it could be interpreted to apply to all kinds of people, not just legislators, but commissioners. And no matter how silly that is based on the language of the bill, it certainly wouldn't be a bad outcome if the public actually had more information about who spent money to influence our decision making. And Representative Wardlow, you said that the language is vague. The definition of a lobbyist is someone who attempts to influence legislative action. The definition of under this bill is someone who attempts to influence legislative adoption of model legislation. I mean, it's not any more or less vague than the basic rule that we already have in place. The scholarship funds are the thing that have to be disclosed. The scholarship funds is money that organizations pay to legislators to go on their trips, to learn about their model legislation and bring it back here and introduce it. And I think everyone here knows that happens all the time. That happens all the time, that there are trips, there are boot camps, there are all kinds of things that result in legislation getting adopted, introduced and adopted and passed in this chamber. And the idea that we'd be afraid of the public knowing who paid for the trips is that's pretty contrary to the basic idea that most Minnesotans have, that they can trust their government, that they know what's going on, they know who's paying for what. We have a clean government, we have clean politics in Minnesota, and this amendment is totally consistent with every good tradition of open government that we have in Minnesota. I can't understand why you would not support it. It doesn't target ALEC, it doesn't target any other organization. It simply says if you're getting a trip paid for and you are getting introduced to bills that some group is trying to pass all over the country, that's lobbying. That's pretty simple. It doesn't have to be a controversial issue. If you get a bill from ALEC and you think it's a good idea and you introduce it, that's fine. But what you shouldn't do is be afraid of it or try to hide it or try to cover for where that money is coming from. It's okay to own up to who is influencing legislation. If it's a good idea, you should be ready to stand up and support it regardless of where the money comes from. So I think this is pretty straightforward. I strongly urge a green vote. Minnesotans expect us to do our work with a little bit of sunlight, a little bit of knowledge and openness about who's paying for what. And if you reject the amendment, you're basically telling Minnesotans that they don't need to know who's paying you to do your job.
Discussion. The gentleman from Isanti, Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Winkler yield for a question?
The gentleman from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Isanti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, I know you mentioned that you don't think this is vague. I guess my question, when I read lines 1.14 and 1.15 that define organizations that would ask us to adopt this model legislation as, I believe what you're doing is defining them as lobbyists, are you getting at NCSL or these other organizations? I mean, do you think those organizations then should be lobbyists or registered lobbyists here? And the reason that I'm asking that question is these are organizations that we're members of. They're organizations that are member-driven. And I guess I'm curious as to why you've added this kind of language that's making an organization who is made up of legislators from all over the country. And maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're getting at here, but why are you making an organization that's driven by us and other legislators all over the country register as a lobbyist? And hopefully I'm wrong on that.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Doubt, there are all kinds of organizations that are member-driven, that are lobbyists. If you join the NRA or Ducks Unlimited, or if you're a union member and you want to influence legislation by spending money, it's a member organization that's spending money to influence legislation. The bill, I don't think, is unclear. It says that if you pay for people to take a trip and you get, and I'll wait so you make sure you get the answer. If you're an organization and you pay for legislators to go on a trip and learn about model legislation, and you bring that model legislation back and introduce it, you've been lobbied. That's what lobbying is. And if it's NCSL or any other organization, it could be ALEC, it could be anyone, I don't know. But if you're getting paid to go on a trip and the purpose of that is to introduce model legislation, it's lobbying. Just like someone sending you a note in from the hallway out there and asking you to step out to convince you to vote on a certain way in a bill. That's lobbying. It's the same concept. If they're spending money, it should be disclosed. That's why we have these lobbying rules. Lobbyists should disclose where the money comes from so the public has some basic knowledge of who's pushing what around here. And if we're not willing to do that, I mean, we could turn off the cameras, we could close the doors, we could shut the public out entirely, and we could dispense with roll call votes entirely. We could just do this all in secret. The point is, the public is supposed to know who's paying for what and what we're doing and why we're voting that way.
The gentleman from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Winkler, I appreciate your answer, although you weren't really answering my question. Those organizations that you listed, when they lobby us, they do it with paid lobbyists. They are registered lobbyists here, all of those organizations that you mentioned. So I guess I'm a little... What I was talking about was organizations that we are members of, that the members of those organizations are legislators. And then do we become lobbyists because we might be pushing for legislation? I mean, I think there's some unintended consequences here, or at least some questions that haven't been answered. So I'll give you one more swing at this. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Winkler yield for one more question?
The gentleman will yield. The gentleman from Isanti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Winkler. I'm specifically talking about organizations that the membership is legislators, whether it be from Minnesota or nationwide. Organizations that the membership that drives that organization, that makes the decisions, that makes up that legislative agenda. Are those the organizations that you're trying to call or make register as lobbyists here in the state of Minnesota?
The gentleman from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Doubt, my intention is that if you're an organization that pays legislators to go on, pays for a legislator to go on a trip, and you're introducing model legislation, a bill that you're trying to get passed in multiple states, that you are engaged in lobbying, and whether that's NCSL or any other group that you might be a member of. It doesn't matter if you're a member or not. If you're trying to influence legislation by spending money, especially spending money on legislators, it ought to be disclosed. It's pretty common sense. It's pretty basic. It's pretty Minnesotan. It's pretty much what all our constituents expect, that they will know who's paying for what when it comes to who's trying to get legislation passed.
The gentleman from Isanti.
Members, again, Representative Winkler, I thank you for the answer, although you're certainly not getting to the point. And the problem here is what you're talking about isn't what the bill says. I did take an opportunity to read the language. And yes, there is some disclosure in here, but this specifically is targeted at organizations that drop model legislation. And the organizations that I'm asking you about are organizations that we are the members of and that legislators drive that legislative agenda. And maybe you need to call me out of here in handcuffs, because earlier today I was over in the Senate lobbying them on a bill that I want passed. I don't understand exactly what you're doing, because what you're saying isn't what's in this amendment. You're saying one thing, but the language says another. You're talking about organizations that offer model legislation. All of the other non-legislative driven organizations that you've talked about hire lobbyists that register as registered lobbyists in the state of Minnesota. The organizations that are legislative driven do not, because we are the ones driving that legislative agenda as members of those organizations. Members, this bill is not what it's being described as, and I would strongly encourage you to vote no.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I have a question for Representative Winkler, if you might yield.
The gentleman from Hennepin will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Representative Dowd made me do some thinking, and I'm wondering what it is about model legislation. Is your concern about just organizations that have model legislation, or any organization? Because it seems a little odd to just pick organizations that do model legislation.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin, there may be other types of lobbying that's going on that should be disclosed. One particular kind I'm aware of is when organizations pay for your trip to go somewhere, and then they invite legislators from all around the country together, and they say, hey, look at these great bills we have on elections. Look at these great bills we have on guns. Look at these great bills we have on taxes or corporate regulations. Look at all these great bills. Take these bills back home to your home state and introduce them. It could be related to certain kinds of cigarettes, for example. That would be one example. There are lots of different examples of this happening. And the bottom line is not who's a member of what, it's who's paying for what. And if they're paying for your trip and they've got a model bill they'd like you to take back, there should be no problem whatsoever that would be disclosed. I mean, we're not prohibiting it. As Representative Liebling said, this could go further, and I'm sure the public thinks it should go further. But it seems to me pretty non-controversial that if you go on a trip, they paid for it, and you come back with model legislation, the public should know about it. That's what this is all about.
The lady from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if Representative Knuth might yield for question.
Excuse me, which representative?
Representative Knuth.
The lady from Ramsey will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Knuth. It's my recollection that a few years ago you went on a global warming trip to Denmark. I know it was paid for partially with the Will Steger Foundation, and I think that was from a grant from the nice taxpayers of Minnesota. I wonder if you could clarify. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe it wasn't from a grant, or maybe it wasn't from the Legacy Fund, or maybe you could clarify where that payment came from.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Knuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin. I was on the trip as a policy mentor for their youth delegation to the UN climate talk in Copenhagen, and it was paid for by the Will Steger Foundation through a grant through another foundation, not through either state money or corporate money.
The lady from Hennepin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Knuth. I guess I'll take your word for it. I do recall that the Will Steger Foundation did get some state money. I believe it might have been on the Legacy.
Point of order.
But
for what purpose does the lady from Hennepin rise?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have the exact site in Masons yet, but my understanding is on the floor of the Minnesota House, it is the issue that's in debate and not personalities. And going after specific details of a specific member is outside of the custom and usage and the practice of this House in how we treat one another on the floor.
Okay, I will not actually rule on a point of order since none was actually raised. But members, please, let's keep it to the text of the amendment. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was actually going to get back to Representative Winkler because I'm trying to understand what groups we're getting at. I mean, it seems like disclosure should go all around, and I'm just wondering what exactly we're trying to get at here.
Is the lady from Hennepin asking the gentleman from Hennepin to yield?
I am.
He will yield. Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, I'm sure Representative Knuth won't mind if we use that example. If Representative Knuth went to Copenhagen and the Will Steger Foundation paid for her trip, and the Will Steger Foundation in Copenhagen distributed model legislation for states related to regional cap and trade, for example, then the Will Steger Foundation should have to disclose that they paid for Representative Knuth's trip. Simple. It doesn't say that she couldn't go. It just says they should disclose it because they're trying to influence legislation. Should apply to the Will Steger Foundation or the organizations you asked Representative Kahn about. It could apply to ALEC. It could apply to NCSL. Anybody who's trying to influence legislation by paying for legislators' trip are basically lobbying, and they should have to disclose that money. Simple.
The lady from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Winkler, your language specifically says model legislation, which tells me you're trying to get at one particular organization. And it seems to me, even if there were a scholarship fund made available and there wasn't model legislation per se, I don't know how that would make it any different. And so I'm having a really hard time understanding why the fact that it's model legislation. So theoretically, groups could provide not model legislation. They could put up on their in their agendas saying we're going to have here and we're going to discuss some not model legislation, and then it wouldn't apply. And I'm just thinking this could be very difficult and not workable.
The lady from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to comment. I would be very wary of voting for this bill. I think what's happening is that there is a tremendous broadening of the term lobbying that's happening here. Lobbying is not, it's very specific to a specific bill, and I think there's an attempt here to regulate free speech, to regulate educational and informational purposes. There isn't a model bill that comes all set to go. I mean, it's information. It is background. So I think this is way beyond what our current lobbying definition is in Minnesota.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Davney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to encourage a green vote on the Winkler amendment. Representative Winkler, I'm specifically looking at Section 4 of the bill, dealing with scholarship funds. And members, I'm remembering a few years ago when I was at a Council of State Governments event. CSG, many of us have attended their events. I've gone to one or two. I've gone to one or two NCSL events. Like many, I don't make a frequent habit of attending these things, but I've gone occasionally when there's been a specific topic of interest or the like. And I remember a conversation with the Nebraska senator. Remember, Nebraska's unicameral, so they're all senators, whether they want to be or not. And he was talking derisively of the Canadian healthcare system. It was one of those points in time where healthcare was a hot topic. It's probably always a hot topic. And he explained how he'd flown up to Canada to see the system himself, and in fact, it was one of the large multinational pharmaceutical companies that had paid his freight to get up there. I was floored. We, as Minnesota legislators, can't accept that sort of scholarship. That, members, is the way it should be. Accepting that sort of scholarship corrodes the public's confidence in our independence and in our ability to represent them in the decisions we make. Now, the sort of bodies that are actually driven by legislators, CSG, NCSL, those, to the best of my knowledge and experience, don't offer up model legislation. So they're not, the ones that are driven by legislators aren't covered by this amendment. That's fine. But when you cross the line and instead are driven by other interests, the public should know transparently where the interests are coming from. It supports and buttresses public confidence in the work that we do, and that makes the difficult work we do easier. Representative Winkler, thank you for bringing the amendment forward. Members, I encourage a green vote for transparency and accountability and simple honesty with the people that we represent. Thank you.
The lady from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I consider this amendment an assault on our professionalism. I know that Representatives Greiling, Mariani, Garofalo, and I have been invited to a conference on digital learning in mid-May. And, you know, I go to those conferences to glean ideas from other states. If they bring their legislation, I study it. I may bring it back. I may modify it. I mean, this is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to go to these professional conferences and as professionals learn how to create legislation, how to take a look at what other states do, and to see how that fits with our goals here in Minnesota. So I think to ask these kinds of specifics, to suggest that we are going to conferences and those ideas from other states or other persons, as Representative Davney mentioned, in talking to a legislator from another state, might make them lobbyists, is just ridiculous. Besides, members, I think we need to consider the fact that most of our ideas don't come from ourselves. They come from our constituents. And so where do they get their ideas? Perhaps they get them from one of the hundreds of think tanks. And there are at least 100 on the liberal side and 100 on the conservative side, because I just read through all of them. So I know that it's out there, and for us to put a damper on this ability for us to learn from others is probably the most ridiculous thing I've heard today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'm just looking at Representative Winkler to perhaps he would yield. As I understand it, the point that Representative Erickson raises about our going to a conference like this is not the issue. As I see your amendment is, if that organization gives us a scholarship, that's the issue. Who's paying for our trip? That becomes that's the defining issue here. And when I think about Council of State Governments, in fact, does have a committee on model legislation, but they don't have a scholarship fund that brings us there. If we go of our own volition. That's what I see as the difference here. Who's paying to have us go there and sell us on the model legislation?
The gentleman from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hausman, you are correct. And I had an expert researcher come up with some other examples of organizations that do model legislation and may, in some cases, provide some scholarships for people to go visit, including the National Association of Sports Officials, the Alliance for Charitable Reform, the Hawthorne Group, which has model legislation related to recycling. There's the Africa model criminalizing HIV/AIDS transmission under criticism. I mean, there's all kinds of examples of this. And Representative Hausman, you're exactly right. If you go, it's no big deal. If the organization pays for your trip, it's not illegal. But if the organization pays for your trip and you come back with legislation, or they try to convince you to come back with legislation, or they try to educate you about it, just disclose it. It shouldn't be that hard. It just has to be disclosed. If they want to pay for your trip, they know when they're dealing with legislators from Minnesota that we have a little bit of a higher standard maybe than some states. We have a little more sunshine in our activities. And if any of these groups want to pay for our trip to go learn about their model legislation, they're going to have that information disclosed if it's a Minnesota legislator. I don't think that's a big chilling effect. I don't think that assaults anyone's professionalism or assaults anybody's anything. The only thing that only thing assaulted is the public sense of fair play at the Minnesota legislature if you vote no on the amendment.
The lady from Ramsey. The lady from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just am amazed to hear the response from the Republican legislators who've spoken on this. You know, Representative Dowd, I just have to respond to you. The current law specifically says that lobbyist does not include a public official. And Representative Winkler's amendment is not changing that. You still wouldn't be a lobbyist. You can lobby your colleagues as much as you want. You're not considered a lobbyist. So, it just, again, and I think Representative Winkler just said it in his answer, but nobody is being regulated here. Nobody's professionalism is being assaulted here. Nothing is being prohibited here. And I frankly think we should tighten up on some of these free trips. Especially, when what is happening here is people who want to influence legislation are paying a lot of money to bring legislators to nice locations to influence them. And the public is not being told. How much simpler could it be? I mean, this is really wrong. And the Representative Dowd raised the issue, what if we're members? Well, I don't think it matters if we're members or not, because if simply being a member would then defeat the purpose of this, everybody would just make it a membership, invite you to pay, say, $50 a year, and you'd be a member, and it wouldn't matter then how much money they spent bringing you to places where they could have your undivided attention to influence things that you might bring back to your state, a legislative agenda for you to move. So I think this is entirely reasonable. I think it's narrowly tailored. And I just think that it's frankly shocking to me that members here would be so afraid of a little sunshine. That's all it is. If somebody's paying for your trip, the public ought to have a right to know that. It seems like the least we can do to give the public confidence in what we do here. Now, not a very long time ago, there was a big debate on this floor, and the Republican members voted to put something on the ballot because, according to all of you, the super important thing is for people in the state to have confidence in our election system, and they don't have it because of, what you all think is an insufficient process that we have, although there has been very, very little fraud shown. But confidence was everything. Well, members, this is about confidence. If there was ever something about confidence in this elected body, confidence in people who come to St. Paul to represent their constituents, this is it. People have a right to know. And I think your constituents, if you vote no on this, I think your constituents have a right to ask, what are they afraid of? What are they afraid of? A little sunshine, all it is disinfectant.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment, the 446 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 72 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Falk moving to amend Senate File 2334, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 458.
The gentleman from Swift, Representative Falk, to the 458 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple amendment that would require a principal to disclose any expenses relating to the education, to educate, inform, lobby, or otherwise influence a public official related to whether it's an industry convention, a facility tour, travel arrangements, travel on private company aircraft, or any hospitality-related expenses. These have to be disclosed. And I know that this bill deals basically with some of the lobbying requirements of public utilities, but this also has much broader implications. But whether a utility takes a legislator or other public official on a trip to go out and tour a power facility, a power plant, or to attend a convention to help educate, really all that means is they're trying to influence, they're trying to go and convince that public official that whatever they're doing has some meaningful purpose and they should be allowed to continue it in a way or not, in one way or not. And so what I am amending here with this, or moving with this amendment, is that that has to be disclosed. It's good disclosure. The public should know where these, who's paying for these expenses, who's paying for these educational purposes. It's not a prohibition on them, but we should have this type of disclosure. And Mr. Speaker, if Representative Pepin would yield to a question, I would appreciate it.
The lady from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, I would hope that you would find this as a friendly amendment, so do you see it as such?
The lady from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Falk, they already have to do this, so I'm not sure what you're looking. You're saying in your amendment that it shall be included in the totals required under paragraphs B and C, and I'm looking at the statute, and it already is required, so I'm not sure. This would just, what this would do if we put this on, well, I'm not opposed to it since they already have to do this, is it would send it to conference committee and we'd have to bring it back again, which seems like a big waste of time since they're already required to do this. So I'm not sure what you're looking at accomplishing here.
The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, I think there's a little bit of lack of transparency, and that's why we've brought this forward, because if, whether it's a utility or any company, goes and pays to fly or bring a legislator or a member of a utilities commission out to a facility to go and help educate, which is really in essence lobbying, because they're asking for to continue to be able to operate a certain way, that the paying for that should be disclosed. And so basically if there's if a company, or whether it's not even a utility, it could be anybody, it could be an insurance company, they want you to come out and to view their headquarters, to go and help you better understand their business. Ultimately what they're wanting to do is to influence the decision-making ability of elected officials. And so we're not saying that you cannot go and engage in those types of behaviors, but you do have to disclose them. You have to go and say how much you spent to go and bring that person out. You know, sometimes they call us whining and dining. Well, we want to make sure that any of these other procedures or processes that are done to influence the public or people who are public decision makers have to be disclosed. And so I'm hoping that you would see this as a friendly amendment. There are some gaps in what the current disclosure requires, and this hopes to bring those gaps into compliance.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Falk, I'm frankly kind of confused by your amendment. It must separately report where and to who, I presume to the Campaign Finance Board. Perhaps you've talked to them to find out if there's extra reporting requirements. I'm failing to see how it fits into current statute, because clearly they have to report any more than $5 on any gift, a cup of coffee, anything. So must report lobbyists' total disbursements on lobbying, separately listed lobbying to influence legislative action. I mean, I'm not opposed to this. I just don't see that it adds anything. It just causes this to come back to the floor again.
The gentleman from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pepin, that's part of the issue, is because sometimes the definition of what people consider to be lobbying is a little bit limited. And so when we were talking about the expenses that would deal with educating or informing, or basically what otherwise is to influence a public official, there are certain things that are not always considered to be lobbying practices, and that's what we're trying to tighten up here. And so I'm hopeful that you would see that as a friendly amendment.
Discussion.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Swift.
Being it hasn't been accepted as a friendly amendment, I would ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Not seeing 15. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Well, Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Falk, if you withdraw your request for roll, I'll put it on. I think it's silly because I think it's already done and totally unnecessary and will cause us to waste more time on the House floor. But I don't think it pays to debate this for 2 hours when it's already clearly defined in state statute. So I'll take it.
The gentleman from Swift.
The request for a roll call, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Pepin.
Request for roll call has been reversed. Okay. Members' discussion to the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The motion prevails. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Falk moving to amend Senate File 2334, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 454.
The gentleman from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is once again an effort to tighten up a little bit of what I think is a lack of transparency. Basically, this says that a principal must report expenses incurred to promote or defeat a candidate for public office or advocate approval or defeat of a ballot question, and these expenses need to be included in their totals for lobbying expenses. And so, once again, Representative Pepin, if she would yield to a question.
The lady from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, would you also see this as a friendly amendment?
The lady from Hennepin, Chair Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Representative Falk, you need to explain a little bit more about what exactly this does and how it relates to some of the Campaign Finance Board rulings this past summer and what the Campaign Finance Board had ruled on this.
The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, we just, once again, public disclosure. If you've got a principal, lobbying entity, lobbyist, whoever, that is actively funding the promotion or defeat of a particular candidate or a particular ballot initiative, the public should have the right to know who is paying for that influence. And so, we're not saying you can't do it. We're just saying that you have to make sure that the public is informed, that it is disclosed. And so, once again, looking at this, I looked at it from the perspective of dealing with utilities, making sure that we're being good stewards of ratepayer dollars. But also this applies to many different facets. It could be any lobbying entity as we're dealing with that section of statute. It's just good sunshine. It's something that we should have, the public wants, the public expects from us. So I'd hope you would see this as a friendly amendment. I don't know if she's going to comment to that or not.
The lady from Hennepin.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker and Representative Falk, could you repeat your question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Swift.
I explained it further as you asked me to, but I just once again asked if you would accept this as a friendly amendment.
The lady from Hennepin.
Representative Falk, I think this has already been ruled on, so I think I will take it as a friendly amendment.
Discussion.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
from Swift.
Representative Pepin, I appreciate that. Thank you. Members, I'd encourage you to vote yes.
Discussion to the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Members, if we could just take a second here, I'd like to recognize a former member of the House, former Representative Ted Winter from Fulda. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen and others moving to amend Senate File 2334, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 465.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I believe the amendment is just being handed out. What this does is it clarifies reporting on lobbying. Under current law, under subdivision 4, a lobbyist's total disbursements on lobbying listing must list lobbying to influence legislative action, lobbying to influence administrative action, and lobbying to influence the official actions of metropolitan government. What I'm proposing here in the amendment is to clarify that also included would be the lobbying for legislative councils and commissions. And I'm asking for your support.
Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, I'm okay with this amendment.
Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Falk moves to amend Senate File 2334. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is quoted 452.
The gentleman from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this really gets at the heart of this bill because a for-profit utility, when they go before the Public Utilities Commission, they are typically asking for a rate case or a certificate of need proceeding, something that allows them to rate recover from ratepayers. And right now, as this bill is drafted, it allows them to break apart those costs from lobbying at the legislature versus lobbying at the Public Utilities Commission. And on the second page, it says that these costs that incurred before the Public Utilities Commission need not be included in the overall total of lobbying expenditure. Well, ultimately, when a for-profit utility goes before one of these bodies, they're looking for the enhancement of their shareholders. That's what a for-profit utility does. They're not being altruistic in the instances of their ratepayers, of the state, of the civic community. It is for the benefit of shareholders. And so whether or not you're going before the legislative body or the Public Utilities Commission, I feel, and the public, I think, also deserves to know what the total amount of that lobbying amount is, whether it's expended before the Public Utilities Commission or if it's expended in front of the legislature. And so I think it's okay that we break out the amounts, but I do feel that it's incredibly important for the public to know what that total cost is. And so, members, what this amendment does is it goes and deletes the word not, and it says the costs shall be included in the totals required under paragraphs B and C. It's a simple amendment. It's good public disclosure. I cannot for once think of an instance where a for-profit utility has gone before the Public Utilities Commission asking for a rate decrease. In almost every instance that I can think of, there's been the asking for the ability to extract more dollars from ratepayers or the ability to go and build more assets to put into their asset base. And so ultimately those dollars come out of ratepayers' pockets. And so it's in the public interest, it's in the ratepayers' interest to know how much is spent to influence those decisions. And so I would ask for your support. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Pepin yield for a question?
The lady from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, just once again, I'm 2 for 2 so far. Hope to make it 3 for 3. But would you accept this as a friendly amendment?
The lady from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Falk, I'm not sure that I understand what your amendment does. The whole point of the bill is to list everything, but just separate it out. And to me, it looks like we're not doing that. We're just going back to currently what it is. So I think this is the exact opposite of what I'm trying to do. So maybe you could explain this to me. Currently, all these things are reported under one total. And what I'm trying to do is still have those things reported, but I want to be able to compare apples to apples, because it's hard for people to look at it, and it's a transparency issue. And if people can't compare what different groups are spending their lobbying dollars on, it makes it very difficult to get an objective view of what is being spent. And so, to me, this looks like you're just trying to go back to current law. So I'm hoping you can walk me through this.
The gentleman from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, I understand that the wanting to break out the different costs between lobbying at the legislature versus the Public Utilities Commission. That language is held whole in paragraph D on the front page. But when you go and take out the expenditures spent before the Public Utilities Commission from the total expenditures for lobbying, it greatly reduces that because the expenditures before the Public Utilities Commission are typically larger. I believe the public should be able to know the grand total of any dollar spent to influence public officials. And so what happens is when you have the word not in there, as I read the language, it means that you're not counting the money spent for the Public Utilities Commission as far as lobbying expense. And so just to go and substitute substitute the word not with shall be means that you still break them apart, but the grand total would then all be reported as lobbying expense. And that's because, and the reason why I have concerns as well is because if we're not considering that money spent, whether it's for legal time, attorney time, expert witness time before the Public Utilities Commission, if that money is not considered lobbying expense, and this is one of the things I'd like to have more clarity on, is that would the ratepayers then be paying for it? Because ultimately then the ratepayers may be paying to have for the utility to go out and work to actively raise their rates instead of that being a non-rate recoverable cost. And so when we make sure that that dollar amount is included in the lobbying expense figure, I think there's a better, as I understand things, there's that's not counted as a rate recoverable expense, and it's greater transparency. And so I think you and I share the same goals, and we want to be able to break out these two categories of influence, so to speak, whether it's legislative or Public Utilities Commission. But I do, in this amendment, hope that the overall dollar amount, the summation of both parts, is still reported, and that's what I'm trying to accomplish here.
The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Falk. Well, I'm going to speak against this amendment. I don't my reading through this, I don't believe that that's what it does. The whole reason is that this is important is because when any of these things happen, these utilities and companies have to be available to the PUC, to the DOC, to the AG in regard to many different things, all of these different things, and that's unique to the industry. And to me, what you're trying to do is just put it under the same umbrella again. I'm trying to separate it out. You can add the two together to get the total, but if you put them all into one total, it goes back to what it currently is, and that's what I'm trying to avoid. What I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting people to have an opportunity to look at all organizations and their expenses on lobbying, and the other organizations have to report lobbying to the legislature, to the rulemaking process, and to local units of government. These groups have to do that as well as all these other things like rate citing and certificate of need process and all that stuff. So I'm trying to separate them out. You can still see the total, but if you don't, in my mind, if I read it, if you change the words around, you're doing the exact opposite of what I'm trying to accomplish. So I would ask members to vote against this amendment.
The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin. No, we share the same goal in wanting to have these broken apart, but your bill as drafted removes the money from being reported in the same way when you expend those dollars at the Public Utilities Commission. And so by simply saying they are not included in those totals required under paragraphs B and C. So if you would just go and say that they shall be, because they're still broken apart per paragraph D here, but when you say that they shall be included in the totals, you have the total there, but you still have the, for using an accounting term, the itemization of the expenditure, whether it's at the legislature or whether it's in a rate setting case or whether it's in applying for a certificate of need or any type of thing before the Public Utilities Commission. And so what I'm trying to make sure is the summation includes both expenditures. And as your bill is currently written, it doesn't do that. And so I'm just trying to make sure that we have that total number. I think one of the reasons why this is brought forward is because Xcel Energy was one of the largest lobbying expenses, and because a large part of their expense is their work before the Public Utilities Commission. That is still to influence a public official, whether it's done before the Public Utilities Commission or whether it's done before the legislature. The end goal is ultimately the same. It's for the benefit of Xcel Energy shareholders, not the ratepayers, not the public, not anybody else, but it's to go and make sure that they're able to recover more dollars for their shareholders. And so the public should have the ability to see what that total expenditure is, and that's what my amendment does. If you want me to walk you through it more, I can. I guess this is an energy-related issue, Mr. Speaker. I would ask if Representative Hackbarth would yield for a question.
Will the gentleman from Anoka yield? The gentleman will yield. The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you,
Falk.
Mr. Speaker. Representative Hackbarth, I serve on your energy subcommittee. This deals primarily with really the public utilities and their lobbying disclosure regarding to rate case, certificate of need, things like that before the Public Utilities Commission. We never saw this before the energy subcommittee. Was there a reason why this we didn't want to take a look at this or we didn't have a chance to see it. I think we could have vetted some of these issues out in committee, and it actually would have, got a pretty good bill.
The gentleman from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Representative Falk, I don't think this bill needed to come to the Energy Committee. I don't see the purpose.
The gentleman from Swift.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hackbarth, that it deals with spending by lobbyists of public utility companies and dealing with rate setting, power plants, and power line siting, and how much is expended to go and get those things approved, and what is the appropriate rate of return on those assets. And so that's all we talk about in the Energy Committee, is what utilities should be allowed to do and how much they should be able to earn, and what types of infrastructure they should be building. And so when they have their lobbyists and their attorneys and their paid staff, and whether it's professional witnesses, going before the Public Utilities Commission to go and influence these decisions, I think that we should have had a chance to take a look at that in the Energy Committee. These are absolutely energy-related issues. I mean, we're talking about a single group of entity here, public utilities, and the type of lobbying they do. So why wouldn't, or public utilities that deal with energy, why wouldn't we be looking at them in the Energy Committee? If he would yield, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Anoka will yield. The gentleman from Anoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Falk, this is a campaign finance bill, Representative Falk. I don't understand where I don't see the connection to any statute that has anything to do with energy. It has to do with a number of other issues throughout state government. Do you want the bill to go through every single committee here in the House? I don't know. I don't think so. This happens to be a campaign finance bill. Representative Pepin's committee oversees that. That's where the bill belongs. Doesn't need to go to Energy Committee. Doesn't need to go to the Environment Committee. It's right where it should be, Representative Falk. We don't need to see it in the Energy Committee.
The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Hackbarth, as chair of the Energy Committee, and if I see a bill that has new language that says power plant and power line siting and granting their certificates of need under sections 216B, which are the regulated utilities statutes, and 216B.243, that's absolutely within the purview of the Energy Committee. I guess I'm just curious as why we have an Energy Committee if we're not going to hear energy-related bills in that committee. You couldn't get more clear. It says power plant. What do you think the energy issues deal with? And so when we're talking about extracting money from the ratepayers for lobbying expenses and the disclosure, we should absolutely be talking about these things. Mr. Speaker, I just have one final question for Representative Pepin, if she would yield.
The lady from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, if I could ask, where did this bill come from? Who is asking that this law be changed?
The lady from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Falk, Xcel Energy is the one that initially brought it to me.
The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's the point. This is brought forward by a public utility company, for-profit, shareholder-owned, that deals with energy issues, doesn't go to the Energy Committee, ends up in Government Operations Committee, and we should have talked about this in the Energy Committee. Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 76 nays, the 452 amendment is not adopted. Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2334, as amended.
Third reading of the bill as amended. Discussion to the bill as amended. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, I wonder if you would yield for a question.
The lady from Hennepin will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
Representative Pepin, while we were debating the bill, I was trying to figure out, I know a few years ago we debated whether the utilities could charge ratepayers for their lobbying expenses here at the legislature. I think that measure came about when it was revealed they were one of the top spenders of lobbying at the state capitol, and we wanted to make sure that people weren't paying for that on their electricity bills. And I believe the law that we passed does not allow the utilities to charge their ratepayers for lobbying expenses. And I'm wondering if your bill becomes law and then there's these two categories of expenses, will the utilities now be able to charge ratepayers for one set of lobbying expenses, the ones that they spend at the PUC, and not be able to recover the ones at the state legislature? If you know, it struck me as that could be the reason for this bill coming forward.
The lady from Hennepin, Chair Pepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Hortman, no, as far as I know.
The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Pepin.
Discussion to the bill as amended. The clerk will take the roll on the bill as amended. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Dill votes aye, there being 131 ayes and 1 nay. The bill as amended is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2271. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2271, number 17 on the supplemental calendar for today, an act relating to the military.
The gentleman from Wright, Representative Anderson B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate File 2271 is an agency bill from the Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs, and the agency is asking that they have the wherewithal to change the law that right now prohibits the Commander-in-Chief, which is the governor, to provide and award state medals for valor and distinguished service and other distinction to non-members of military forces, people who serve for the Minnesota Air National Guard now in the state. And they deserve recognition. They feel that they would like to be able to give that recognition to people who are in service to the Guard and to forces here in the state of Minnesota, and I appreciate a green vote.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2271.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. The lady from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess if nobody else will ask a question, I will. Would the author yield?
The gentleman from Wright will yield. The lady from Olmsted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Anderson, sometimes on these kinds of things we get pushback from other people who might think that giving an award or expanding it might dilute it for other people? I mean, is there anybody, I guess my real question is there anybody who's against this? Have you heard from anybody?
The gentleman from Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Liebling, no, I've not heard anybody contact me, and my understanding from people who work with the Minnesota Air National Guard and the Air Force Reserves on base that they are looking forward to seeing this passed.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the Senate file number 2271 is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate file 396. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 396, number 20 on the supplemental calendar, the first engrossment, an act relating to agriculture.
The gentleman from Wright, Representative Anderson B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill was passed. Well, it was sent to the Committee on Agriculture in 2011 and then held over because there was some concern by the Department of Revenue and the real estate realtors out there, the tax assessors, because of people with hobby horses, hobby farms with horses. And so the language was quite much a disturbance to them and couldn't quite figure out how things were going to take place as far as being able to assess people's property who had horses on their land and it was being used for hobby purposes. We this time have come together with the Department of Revenue and the realtors and the tax assessors. They've come to agreement on this. We've amended the bill in the last committee, the Ag Committee. In Section 1, we said not determinative for property classification. States that the participating in an agricultural pursuit identified in Chapter 17, such as the raising of horses, llamas, or emus, is not determinative of whether the property qualifies as agricultural for property tax purposes. Section 2 states that the horse breeding, training, or boarding farms are an agricultural operation, and then the repealer in this last section repeals a provision of law which states that this section does not apply to the treatment of land used for raising horses under Chapter 273. We came to an agreement over many having the bills laid over. We think we've come to a peace in the valley, and it sounds like all sides are in agreement. So appreciate a green bill after a long, arduous process of trying to come to agreement on the definition of horses, livestock for the livestock trade.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 396.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Anderson yield for a question?
The gentleman from Wright will yield. The gentleman from Dakota.
So, Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson, I think you know the question. Does this bill mean that you can put a pony in the backyard and get a property tax break?
The gentleman from Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, no.
Gentleman from Dakota. Gentleman from Clay, Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. And since this bill did not come through the Property Tax Division, I'm wondering if Representative Anderson B. would yield for a question.
The gentleman from Wright will yield. The gentleman from Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anderson, Does this bill in any way, shape, or form impact Green Acres? Will there be any sort of Green Acres benefits here that could be accrued through this bill?
The gentleman from Wright, Representative Anderson B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, no, it does not have anything to do with Green Acres whatsoever.
Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Lincheski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask you a question, but I guess I can't, so I'll ask, will Representative Runbeck yield?
The lady from Anoka will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Runbeck, can you tell us why this bill didn't go to the tax committee or the property tax committee?
The lady from Anoka. The lady from Anoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. We did hear the bill last year in Property Tax Committee, and he has worked on it since that.
The lady from Hennepin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Runbeck. And can you tell us if the bill was heard, and we've seen this bill, for members who may not be familiar with this bill is an annual, Representative Emmer had it, others have had it, and it generally exists to give folks who have these have horses a property tax break, either to let them use Green Acres or to call themselves, as Representative Hansen has said, something they're not, so they can get a tax cut paid for by everybody else. And generally, the Property Tax Committee and the full committee has heard this to ensure this, and it's been bipartisan. I'll tell you, Representative Otremba used to try it too, and bipartisanly, there's been a long history of tax chairs stopping this, and I'm wondering if Representative Runbeck can tell us what are the changes when it was objectionable last year that you now believe, working with the tax chair, means that we can all rest assured that there will not be any property tax cuts as a result of this bill?
Is the lady from Hennepin asking the lady from Anoka to yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if she would.
The lady from Anoka will yield. The lady from Anoka.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe Senator or Representative Anderson would be better to explain this. But this is an agricultural pursuit and is not determinative for the classification of property. So we're not really dealing with the property classification.
The lady from Hennepin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Anderson yield?
The gentleman from Wright will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anderson, your bill cites Chapter 273, and so it's not, as Representative Runbeck was reading, not determinative for that chapter. Is your intent, because we're on the public record here then, that the other chapters of property tax law, that this reclassification would not be designed to ensure a property tax cut?
The gentleman from Wright, Representative Anderson B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, it is not designed to bring about a property tax cut.
The lady from Hennepin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anderson, I think you're a person of your word. I've had a great relationship with you, and I believe you that if that's not the intent, that we've got that on the record now. If later down the road we hear that that's not what's happening, because many of our assessors and some of the folks out there may attempt to view this bill as something that has annually been attempted by folks to get a property tax cut at the expense of everyone else by classifying their horse farms in a way that would provide them huge tax benefits. And again, bipartisanly, people have attempted to avoid the tax committee to do this, and it's almost always been caught. I accept what you're saying, and we'll look forward to the future to see how this plays out. And I hope to the tax chair, who's unable to speak as he's, running the show up there, that he'll keep an eye on this too, so that we don't have anything running afoul of your intent. And thank you, Representative Anderson.
Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if Representative Anderson would yield to a question.
The gentleman from Wright will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Anderson, if there's no impact on property taxes, then what is the reason for bringing the bill forward?
Gentleman from Wright.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, the purpose is to reinstate the fact that We want to have horses designated as livestock. That was determined in 2010. But it was also to allow the Department of Revenue and the tax assessors and the real estate people out there to, when they go out and assess the property, that if the property has animals on there, and based on the fact that they are a business, say a horse farm or a livestock farm, which they're being classified as livestock now, that they will get the full treatment from the tax Department of Revenue for business purposes and not be relegated as a hobby farm.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Representative Anderson. Well, then I'm confused why it didn't go through the tax committee, because it seems like the reason to do it is to affect the property tax classification. And so I was just surprised when I was reading our summary of the bill that there was estimated to be no fiscal impact. My understanding of your reason to do it is to assist in correct property tax determination, and I would assume that has a change, whether positive or negative, and so that the bill really should have gone through the Property Tax Committee and the Full Tax Committee. If you wanted to yield and say, well, I don't need to yield to you. If you have a response, I'd be happy to hear it. But members, I just think that when a bill affects taxes, it should go through the Tax Committee, and we should make sure we know how much it costs, or if it saves money, how much money it saves.
Discussion. Gentleman from Wright, Representative Anderson B.
Thank you, members. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration in giving this bill a green vote.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 83 ayes and 47 nays, Senate File number 396 is passed and its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2532. The clerk will report the bill.
2532, number 5 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to health.
The gentleman from Chisago, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House File 2532 amends Minnesota statute so that doctors can issue electronic prescriptions for controlled substances. Issuing electronic prescriptions is rapidly becoming the standard method for prescribing drugs. It's quicker, easier, and safer than written prescriptions. However, Minnesota law still requires that controlled substances be prescribed by either written out or faxed or telephoned to a pharmacy. The Board of Pharmacy, the Minnesota Pharmacists Association, and healthcare systems such as Alina support passage of the bill. Be happy to stand for any questions.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill's third reading.
Third reading, House File 2532.
Third reading. Discussion. The lady from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think this bill is a fine idea, and I would encourage a green vote.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 130 ayes and 0 nays, House File number 2532 is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2345. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2345, number 8 on the supplemental calendar, an act relating to insurance.
The gentleman from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House File 2345 is in regards to the sale of non-qualified health insurance policies. And what that means is, under the ACA, qualified health insurance plans, if it's implemented, and we know it has legal challenges, will only offer plans that are certified by the Federal Secretary of Health and Human Services. What House File 2345 does, it allows for the sale of non-qualified health plans. In other words, it can have options and benefits not certified by the Federal Secretary of Health and Human Services. This is a good thing, members. It allows the companies in the state of Minnesota to offer plans in competition to any type of federal mandate. And that generally is good. It gives consumers more options and lower cost in many cases. In addition, the health plans in the state of Minnesota are strongly supportive of House File 2345. Let me just add one more thing. We have a mandated plan for small groups that has to be offered in the state of Minnesota right now. So if a small group puts in for a bid with a health carrier, a couple state mandated plans are offered. The fact is, the plans will offer about a dozen other options for that small business. In the last 15 years, I've never sold a state mandated plan. The plans mandated by the state are inflexible. It's a one size or two size fits all. And in a dynamic and innovative industry like healthcare, you need to move quickly to adapt to the changes and the procedures that are being used to treat patients and their healthcare needs. So members, I strongly recommend you vote yes. It'll allow the private sector insurance in the state of Minnesota to give some competition to any federally mandated type benefits, and I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson and others moving to amend House File 2345 as follows. The amendment is coded 449.
The lady from Douglas, Representative Franzen, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my amendment simply states that there cannot be, that this amendment says that we cannot authorize, establish, or operate a health insurance exchange.
Discussion. The gentleman from Sibley.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Franson, I just see this as a friendly amendment, and I will accept the amendment.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering if Representative Franson would yield for a question.
The lady from Douglas will yield. The lady from Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Franson, I am wondering if your amendment is referring to any kind of health insurance exchange. Would your amendment be referring to both a state and a federal health insurance exchange?
The lady from Douglas.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Representative Murphy, that is correct.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I'm wondering if I could offer an oral amendment to the amendment.
You may offer an oral amendment. Please state your oral amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On line 1.4, between A and health, I would like to add state or federal.
The clerk will report the oral amendment.
Murphy E. moving to amend the Franson Amendment 449 as follows on page 1, line 4, after operate A, insert state or federal.
Discussion to the oral amendment to the amendment. The lady from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And first of all, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The lady from Ramsey, Representative
Well,
Murphy
thank you,
E.
Mr. Speaker and members. You know, we've had a lot of discussion about exchanges on the floor, and obviously we have a fairly strong partisan divide over the implementation of Obamacare. You know, I have supported in the past a state health insurance exchange. I still do. I think we should do it, but if we take no action, the federal government will do it for us. And, you know, I think we should be doing it this session. I think we should be moving forward on behalf of Minnesota. I think we should lead for Minnesota. I think we should set up our own health insurance exchange. I think the governor thinks so too. But I think we should be on the record about this. If we don't want a federal exchange and we're doing no action, I think we should be on the record that we don't want a federal exchange set up here, and that's why I think this amendment is important. It is important for us to be very clear that we're not acting on an exchange at the state level. We're not leading for Minnesota, and we also don't want a federal exchange here. And that's the purpose of this amendment.
Discussion to the oral amendment to the amendment. The lady from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Members, I don't think that this oral amendment is necessary, and I just want to remind everybody here on the floor today, and for the Minnesotans that are watching and that are paying attention to this issue, that a state exchange is nothing more than a federal exchange. The rules and the guidelines come down from Kathleen Sebelius on the national level, and they flow down to the state level. So you can slap a state exchange on it all you want and call it a Minnesota-friendly exchange. But remember, the strings are being pulled at the federal level. Thank you.
Discussion to the oral amendment to the amendment. The lady from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, I just have to say that I think the Minnesota legislature is in charge of what we develop here, and you know, if we don't do an exchange in Minnesota, if we don't set one up ourselves, we will likely get a federal exchange. And that's not what I want, and I don't think that's right for Minnesota. So I think, you know, this is an amendment that makes our position clear. Thank you.
Discussion. Lady from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Murphy yield for a question?
The lady from Ramsey will yield. The lady from Douglas.
Representative Murphy, there are many times that the federal legislation says the word require. I'm wondering what kind of freedom does Minnesota have in establishing an exchange if it doesn't have to, if it can stray from what the federal government is requiring?
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Franson and members. I think we can set an exchange here in Minnesota. We can set it up, and we would get the agreement, I think, of CMS. We have all the authority in the world to do this work ourselves. That's why we started it back in 2008. That's why Governor Pawlenty introduced the idea here in Minnesota. And I think that if we came up with an idea and we got that passed and signed into law, I think that the federal CMS would approve that without any problem at all. I don't feel at all burdened by what you are seeing as the shackles of the federal government.
The lady from Douglas, Representative, the lady from Douglas.
Members, remember that any exchange that is going to be brought forward by the state needs to be signed off on the federal level by Kathleen Sebelius. So as we go forward, the rules are being written by the federal government and going down to the state level. I believe that that Minnesota can do a lot better than following the rules and the regulations of the federal government. And, you know, also, if Representative Aaron Murphy would yield for a question.
The lady from Ramsey will yield. The lady from Douglas.
Representative Murphy, currently the federal government is feeding millions of dollars to the state to create and design an exchange, correct?
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Franson. I know that Minnesota has received some federal grant money to begin the stage 1 design of a federal exchange, or excuse me, of a state exchange.
The lady from Douglas, Representative Franson.
And if Representative Murphy would continue to yield for a series of questions.
The lady will yield. The lady from Douglas.
Currently, Representative Murphy, how much money has the state received from the federal government to design the exchange?
The lady from Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Franson. I don't recall the total amount of the Level 1 grant that the state received last year.
The lady from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Murphy, do you serve on the task force for the health insurance exchange?
Is the lady from Douglas asking the lady from Ramsey to yield?
Yes, that is correct.
She will yield. The lady from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Franson. I serve on a working group that is a subset of the task force.
The lady from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Murphy continue to yield?
The lady from Ramsey will yield. The lady from Douglas.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker and members here and Representative Murphy, I believe the latest I heard was around $25 million that the state of Minnesota had received to start designing the health insurance exchange. By 2015, the health insurance exchanges must be fully funded and run by the state of Minnesota. I am wondering, Representative Murphy, once the federal funds dry up and Minnesota is, let's just hypothetically say there is an exchange in place, how can Minnesota expect to fund the exchange?
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Franson. Those are the kind of questions I think we could deliberate on if we were actually debating legislation about an exchange, but we're not. Instead, we're debating my oral amendment. Thank you.
The lady from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Mr. Speaker, and Representative Murphy, would you yield to another question?
The lady from Ramsey will yield. The lady from Douglas.
Well, Representative Murphy has simply asked just a simple question on how does Minnesota, how can the citizens of Minnesota expect to pay for this health insurance exchange? In Maine, for example, health insurance shot up with the exchange, the cost of it. In other states, they have found that there was a fee that was charged to the providers, which then the providers then charged it on to those paying the premiums, resulting in higher cost of care and higher premiums. So what can Minnesota expect?
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think that Minnesota can expect our tradition of leadership as we have done for years and years.
The lady from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to continue to ask Representative Murphy to yield to the questions because I am not getting any straight answers. These are all just fluff and hiding behind smoke and mirrors. Minnesota deserves the answers to the questions that I am asking. And members, I ask that you vote no on her oral amendment. Thank you.
Discussion on the oral amendment to the amendment. Roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the oral amendment to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Pawlowski votes aye, there being 59 ayes and 71 nays. The oral amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the amendment, the lady from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just request a roll call, please.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. The lady from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Franson yield to a question?
The lady from Douglas will yield. The lady from Olmsted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to be clear, Representative Franson, when it says this section must not be used, etc. What is the effect of this? Is the effect of this amendment to prevent the state of Minnesota from authorizing, establishing, or operating a health insurance exchange, or is this more limited in its scope?
The lady from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Representative Liebling, this Representative Gruenhagen's bill cannot be used as a vehicle method to put an exchange through.
The lady from Olmsted. Discussion to the amendment. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 72 ayes and 59 nays, the amendment is adopted. Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2345, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion. The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, let's look at what we're doing here, what the actual law says. It talks about non-qualified health plans permitted. Now, what is a non-qualified health plan? That is a plan that does not meet the minimum to be set by the Affordable Care Act, which is currently the law in Washington. And what else does it say? It says no statute or rule of this state shall be interpreted as providing to the contrary. Now, what you need to understand is the Affordable Care Act will set up an exchange in Minnesota. We can do it ourselves, or we can let the feds do it. And that exchange is set up to sell insurance policies to people that are working but don't make a lot of money and don't get insurance where they work. Sort of like Minnesota Care. These people, like Minnesota Care, will get a sliding fee subsidy if they buy their insurance policy inside the exchange. Now, the feds have required that we set up a minimum benefit set for those policies inside the exchange. If we allow non-qualified health plans to be sold in the exchange, we will violate federal law, and our Attorney General will waste a lot of time and money trying to defend our law. There is nothing in this bill that says, oh, we're not talking about an exchange. This bill, as written, says that these non-qualified health plans can be sold in the exchange, which, as I said, violates federal law. In addition to that, no insurer is required by the federal law to sell insurance policies in the exchange. They don't have to go there. If they want to sell an insurance policy that covers cancer of your left kidney but not your right kidney, they can do that, except they won't be allowed to do that in the exchange. They can sell their policies outside the exchange. And anybody who would buy a policy like that, of course, doesn't know what they're talking about. Now, what do we know about exchanges? Maine does not have one, Representative Franson. Massachusetts does. And what did Massachusetts do? They followed what the Heritage Foundation suggested they do. It was a plan proposed by Senator Dole and Senator McCain that set up an exchange. That was who started it. It was the Heritage Foundation and Senator Dole and Senator McCain. And then Governor Romney passed this into law in Massachusetts, would led to a great increase in the number of people having health insurance because of the exchange, where again, if you want to get a subsidized health insurance policy, you got to go through the exchange. Now, been a lot of discussion about Obamacare, but you folks ought to go read Romney Care. It was a highly successful program in Massachusetts that was started by Governor Romney and the Heritage Foundation. So I would tell you folks that if you support the very successful Heritage Romney Care program, you should vote against this amendment. If you don't like Governor Romney or presidential candidate Romney, you probably ought to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman from Sibley, Representative Grunhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Huntley, just a couple points of response on that. According to the input I've had from experts, the ACA does allow for the sale of non-qualified plans outside of the exchange. So it is not violating federal law. A state can pass a law, and that's the base of this law here, bill that we have in front of us, to sell non-qualified plans. They can create some competition to the health plans inside the exchange. The second thing I'd just like to respond to is the essential benefits set that will be inside the exchange and mandated or certified by the Federal Secretary of Health and Human Services. In testimony in our committee, I asked the question, is there any example that you can give us in the United States or the world where the type of approach that the ACA is taking actually lowered cost, increased access to health care, and produced better health incomes? And the response from the two testifiers from the department, they looked at us and said, no. Do you understand what I just said, ladies and gentlemen? The ACA does not have one pilot program in the world that we can point to that lowered cost, created better access to health care, and produced better health incomes. In addition, the Massachusetts model is becoming a fiscal nightmare. Companies are dropping out, costs are growing exponentially, and rationing is right on the horizon, according to the information I've received. So I disagree with Representative Huntley's assessment. I do agree that there's Republican fingerprints on the Massachusetts model. Unfortunately, the Heritage Foundation, the Republicans, and now our federal government has made a terrible mistake that's going to lead to less access to health care, higher costs, and worse health care outcomes for patients. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, you ought to go look at the Massachusetts program and Romney Care. It greatly expanded the number of people that had insurance in Massachusetts, and yes, that cost a little bit of money. In fact, Massachusetts used to be way behind Minnesota on how the percentage of people that have health insurance. They've passed us by. They're way ahead of us now. They're around 3% uninsured. We're about 9 or 10 now. So it's worked there. It has not raised the cost of premiums. There was an initial raise that's come down since. And Representative Gruenhagen, if you read your bill, it says sale of non-qualified health plan permitted. And it says no other statute or rule of this state shall be interpreted as providing to the contrary. That means that the exchange in Minnesota would have to sell these non-conforming health plans. That is a violation of federal law.
Gentleman from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Huntley. No, the bill specifically, according to the wording, allows for the sale of non-qualified health plans outside of the exchange. We'll have to agree to disagree.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
It does not say outside the exchange. Show me where it says that. It says you can sell it in the state and no other law that the state has can stop it from being sold. That means it can be sold outside the exchange, that I don't have any problem with, but it also means they have to be sold inside the exchange, which is a violation of federal law.
Gentleman from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Just one more point of clarification, Mr. Speaker, Representative Huntley. If it's inside the exchange, it has to be certified by the Secretary of Health and Human Services. These plans would not be certified by the Secretary of Health and Human Services, so they could not be in the exchange. They have to be sold outside of the exchange.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, it says no other state law can alter what your bill does. So we could not have an exchange, and we would have to then, I suppose, let the federal government come in and run the whole thing.
Discussion. Clerk will take the roll on the bill as amended. Clerk will close the roll. There being 72 ayes and 59 nays, House File Number 2345, as amended, is passed and its title agreed to. Gentleman from Washington, Leader Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I move the calendar of the day be continued.
Leader Dean moves that the calendar for the day be continued. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. The lady from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Pursuant to Rule 1.22, it's my intention to place Senate File Number 506, Szymanski, House File Number 2580, Loon, House File Number 2729, Loon, House File Number 2958, Holberg, House File 2754, House File 1476, Scott, House File 322, Scott, House File 2340, Holberg, House File 1721, Gunther, House File 2786, Swedinsky, Senate File 2324, Sanders, Senate File 248, Hamilton, and Senate File 1678, Woodard, on the fiscal calendar for Wednesday, April 18th, 2012, and I'll provide a written copy of this to the minority party.
Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is a Drakowski motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 1974, an act relating to public employment. Drazkowski moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 1947, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with the like committee appointed by the Senate. Drazkowski.
Gentleman from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, the Senate made substantive changes to take the bill substantively out of conformance with our bill, and we would like to go to conference.
All in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. This is the Kelly motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to Senate File 288, an act relating to health. The Senate respectfully requests a conference committee. The Senate appoint E.s R. Howe, Peterson, Sieben. Kelly moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate and that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with the like committee appointed by the Senate.
The gentleman from Goodhue, Representative Kelly.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a dental lab registration bill. The Senate made a few changes, and then we need to go to conference committee to clean it up. Thank you.
All in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate Files 1573 and 1597.
If there is no objection, so ordered. First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1573, an act relating to higher education. Nornis moves that Senate File 1573, House File 2065, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
If there is no objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1597, an act relating to military affairs. The bill has been referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
If there is no objection, so ordered. Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there is no objection, we will take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail. Announcements. The gentleman from Norman, Representative Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today for a privilege of the House.
State your privilege of the House.
Well, I wanted to recognize my good friend and state representative and senator-elect, Lyle Coonan, and congratulate him for his election to the state Senate today. And I told him that he should be spending as much time today in the retiring room as possible, considering the fact that he's retiring, for one thing. But also because after tomorrow he may never be able to set foot in that room again. So I thought that was important. I just wanted to, I guess, talk about his presence here, which has been a very calm and a very friendly and good-natured presence here, and very thoughtful and oftentimes a calm in the middle of the storm. And I've been impressed at how unflappable he is during the recent events, because he's been going through a series of elections here. He went through one for a primary for the special election, and then he just won the special election, and then 2 days later he had an endorsing convention. Now he's going to have another primary election coming up, and then the general election. So that's 5 elections, and I was kidding him that I think he's trying to break the Guinness Book of World Records for the most elections in 1 year, which I think is 5. So I think he's going to have to run for a county board seat or something to break the record. But I did want to mention that he came in 10 years ago, and we came in together at the same time. And as he goes over to the Senate, I don't think of it so much as that he's leaving the House, but because of all the elections that are taking place now with House members running for the Senate, I kind of think of it as a House invasion of the Senate. and our good friend Lyle is leading the charge. So please join me in congratulating Representative Senator-elect Coonan.
The gentleman from Chippewa, Representative Coonan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also thank you to my good friend, Representative Kent Deacon. I sure appreciate that. I look forward to moving over to the other body with, some excitement, of course, the anticipation of what that's going to be like and what's going to happen there. But I also have reservations about leaving this place. I've made a lot of friends here. And, the House, there's a certain amount of excitement here, I think, that is something that's actually kind of contagious, even though Representative Egan thinks I'm calm. The excitement probably just wasn't showing as much as it really was. But, I've made a lot of friends here. I've sure enjoyed working with all of you, both sides of the aisle. I've worked with a lot of good chairmen and women over the years. And I also need to mention the staff, the nonpartisan staff, the Republican staff, and of course the House staff, and a lot of good people working there. And I sure appreciate all the help I've gotten from all of them over the years. This place, there's, of course, the excitement, the hard work, and of course, sometimes the long nights, all-night sessions, those type of things, and some of the debates that are interesting, some that seem to go on forever. I think of my predecessor, Senator Kubley. He described some of those long discussions that seemed to never end. He'd put it this way: everything that needs to be said has been said. It's just that not everybody has said it. And I think that was a pretty good view of what happens sometimes. But this is the people's house, and this is the place for open discussion, and I'm glad that that actually takes place here. But again, I'll miss all of you. Thank you all very much. And I'm just moving, a little ways away here, so hopefully I'll cross paths with all of you again. And thank you.
Announcements. Gentleman from Anoka, Representative Abeler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly a fitting end to Polo Shirt Day, to have Representative Coonan go and Representative Murdock and all that. Just to announce that the Health and Human Services Finance Omnibus Committee is meeting at 6:30 tonight in room 200. You're all welcome to come. Even if you're not on the committee, come and enjoy the work. We have a lot of great stuff to do. Thanks.
Announcements. The gentleman from Washington, Leader Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 18th, 2012.
Representative Dean moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 18th, 2012. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. Leader Dean.
I move the House do now adjourn.
Representative Dean moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the House stands adjourned until 10 o'clock a.m. Wednesday, April 18th, 2012.